Our meeting now with the karakia, please. Thank you, Tame.
Good morning on this morning. It's a little bit chilly. And when you walk past, we got getting hot, so I came down and just wash it. Kia hapai, ngā kupu tuatahi ki te tāhu matatu kia hora te aroha I rungi a tātou te manu kāhui ngā meno o te kauni hera. Kia pā mai te aroha I rungi te tini hoki e tui o ngā whakaaro te whare kāhui ariki o Aotearoa, te whare kāhui ariki I Ingara. Te rangatira, tēnei te mihi atu kia koe. Me ngā mena e noho nei I roti I tēnei whare. Mō ngā kaupapa e pāna ki te taone ātāhua o Kirikiriroa. Tēnei te mihi atu kia koe. Nō reire e tātua whakatongia tō wairua tapu. Hei arahi mātou kato I rumi te ingoa tō mātou kei whakaora. Mā ake. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Tame, again. We have a couple of apologies. Apologies for lateness for Councillor Pascoe, and apologies for non-attendance today, Councillor Ryan. Are there any further apologies that we should take? No. There being no further apologies, can I have a mover and a seconder to accept the apologies? Councillor Wilson, Councillor Thompson, all in favour, say aye. Confirmation of the agenda is pretty straightforward, and it is as circulated. So I'll move. Someone second. All in favour? Oh, Maxine second. Sorry. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Are there any declarations of interest on any of the matters that we're to hear today? Being none, we'll move over. Now we're into the public forum, and we welcome as our first submitter Ray, who's well known to us. Ray Mudford. You are. You were nice on time and first up. So both you and I like that, right?
Thank you. Sorry, Ray, can I just ask a quick question? We've got the run sheet here in the is this is online?
It's on Diligent, yeah.
Yes, so it is at the end of the agenda on Diligent, and it will have the link through to the separate submitters on there as well.
Yeah.
That one.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everyone. So, Ray, we're in your hands.
Thank you. I see some new faces, mostly old ones though. My name is Ray Mudford. I'm here independently, but I'm associated with a group of about 23,000 people who communicate with each other. I'm going to speak to a bit of a background on the response I gave to the annual plans inquiry, and it goes like this. The 2022 valuations have created significant property distortions, adding to local concerns and further compounding the financial stress caused by this council's recent rate increase. As well, there's widespread awareness that not all neighbourhoods in Hamilton are treated alike, a situation recognised by the ongoing call to establish community boards. There are now $1 million Fairfield properties, quoting Colwell Place and Nari Avenue. The values similar to those in Rotorua. Yet the lower level of council care and attention to the older areas is obvious. There's visual pollution, a lesser standard of roading, water systems that require replacement, and no doubt other hidden infrastructure issues. Not forgetting the weeds and also the autumn leaves. And in spite of capital rating potentially providing a level playing field for ratepayers, the SURP and the commercial differentials continue to distort the overall result. This council is in your final year, and we suggest there is still time for a new way of thinking, relevant to the difficult times ahead. New Zealand is heading towards a serious economic downturn. This is the BNZ's forecast. Your recently spending leaves us thinking that there are lots of money sloshing around the system. And the $20 million blowout of Wairere Common Drive interchange, just one example. And now you want more money for the Pukiti Wastewater electrical upgrade. And as Lance knows, I've looked a little bit into this and worrying about how the risks are being mitigated. Why anyone would want to pipe peacock's poo from one end of the city to the other, increasing the risks of single point of failure, is incomprehensible, particularly when the neighbouring municipality is building one only a few kilometres away, and your council supposedly working together, not forgetting the whole impact of the three waters. We're in a household economic crisis, contributed to by the excess rate increase last year, and we're currently seeing the likes of the Tararua butter, $8.30 a pound or half a kilogram. That's outrageous, and the household has to deal with this in some way. You should be focusing on trimming the excess fat out of the system rather than expecting future generations to pay even more, as you are proposing. Think of those paying rent, as well as those with mortgages, and the lower income families and the elderly when you do this. I have some suggestions. Immediately halt the cost-plus approach to budgeting, to do better at maintenance and hold project managers to account. Stop the reliance on consultants. Their increasing use and cost reflects poorly on the abilities of councillors and the staff, and is of increasing public concern, both here and in Wellington. Abolish private developer agreements. Their purpose is to reduce the cost of the developer and distort the real cost by passing these on to the ratepayer. And your proposed LTP variations show too many examples popping up in Peacocks and Rotokauri. Stop the spin and listen properly to the people. Engage openly and properly with the community, the public, us, you, and have conversations around the table, not 5 minutes or less without debate. Develop more and better community partnerships, not to offload the costs, but to build up public goodwill and to pro bono contributions. People out there are willing to help, but the opportunities don't seem to exist. How many service clubs and tradespeople would be happy to fix up the Dandelion Centennial Fountain?
So you've got a couple of minutes, well, got no time left. We would like, well, 16 seconds. We would like to have question time. So
I'm just on the end now.
Okay.
It is the wrong time for a rate increase. Compensate for last year's double dip increase with zero this year. And with founders, it seems very difficult to swallow that $1 million repair is replaced with a $30 to $50 million capital replacement. The community is crying out for community indoor space, and for a variety of outcomes this is being denied. And yet, this building is capable of delivering some of that requirement.
Thank you. We are very short on time, but we haven't got all submitters in the room, so I'll quickly run through a couple of questions with your leave, councillors. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Ray. You criticised the council for relying on the 4 Ps, which was piping Peacock's poo to Pukiti, which was quite a good, I thought. But you said the alternative was to join with someone else that's already got theirs, one to the south.
Got it. It's in the planning process.
Who's that?
Waipa.
No, Waipa joining with us in promoting a new one.
Correct.
To serve both down
Correct.
there. Yes.
Yeah,
okay, so you support that concept?
Absolutely.
Okay, and the quick one on the PDAs, private developer agreements.
Yes.
Would you not support ones that are designed to reduce costs to the general ratepayer and put them on the developer's shoulders?
if that's the process, why aren't we making it public? Why are they private? If the ratepayer is going to benefit from the discussion, surely it's good PR to tell them.
Okay, fair point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, get
Any
that.
further questions? Quick one from Councillor Thompson.
Question. Thank you for your submission, Raymond. I was just interested in your comment
Oh, sorry.
around. Yeah, hello.
My ear's not working, so I lose direction.
No problem. I was interested in your comment around the reliance on consultants. So,
Yes.
would you prefer to see the council increase its personnel in some areas to reduce that reliance on consultants?
No, I think there's probably skills already in council, and if not, there are actually skills in the community that we can talk with.
I guess my question is relating to the capacity of staff time to be able to do things. That's why there's sometimes reliance on consultants. So in order to have the capacity to do the work, would you prefer to see us increase personnel compared to?
No, I think it's a question for Lance rather than for me. Lance is running the organisation, and to look at how we can do it better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And last question, Councillor O'Leary.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Just quickly. Hi, Ray.
Oh, hi.
I just want to clarify your comment in your submission that says frivolous spending on items such as new community centres when existing buildings can provide the capacity is using common sense. Are you suggesting buildings like Celebrating Age and Founders Theatre should be repurposed? And if so, do you support the city investing in those to be repurposed?
I think that's a question I think the community needs to answer, not me.
Well, it's your submission, so I want your view on it.
My view is that the community is actually sitting in the back wings wanting to help, and that we haven't really discussed that properly. And from that, then we ask the question whether council can help.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Ray.
Thank you very much, Ray. Thank you for being one of our regular and very balanced submitters. We appreciate the relationship we have with you.
Thank you very much.
I think we're taking Roger next, is that right? Morning, Roger. You're here, so we'll bump you up the list a little bit. Good morning. As usual, looking very dapper.
Oh, thank you very much, Mayor Paula.
You may start, yeah.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Forgive us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation and deliver us from evil. Amen. Overall, I'm pleased with the annual plan proposed performance by council. I think council needs to capitalise more on climate change and declare Hamilton to be a climate change sanctuary, and continue to request government grants as we saw this week, continuing that process. In regards to transport, I think we should abandon the war on private cars. We're still a place for private cars in the community. Just personally, my experience is just going to the procedure at the hospital there. Actually, at the outpatient request, requested not to use specifically not to use public transport, but to use private transportation. The biking plan, I feel, is grossly unrealistic, and I don't feel that the biking Waikato really have a grip on the biking. Biking is, I've been an avid cyclist myself over my lifetime. In my view, biking is an adventurous activity. It's not for going from A to B. We should recognise the greater input that the corporates play here in the city, rather than rely totally on the community. Corporates play an important part in developing the city. I also would like to see a more Eurocentric city here, and in regards to the proposed or Waikato Regional Theatre, I would be really disappointed if that were not Eurocentric in its nature. So I'd like to invite questions from committee members, please.
Thank you. Are there excuse me, are there any questions? Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Roger, you said you proposed that we declare ourselves or create something like a climate change sanctuary as Hamilton, and then almost the next breath you talked about stopping the war on private cars. Wouldn't a climate change sanctuary actually necessitate, amongst other things, reducing private car transport proportions?
I don't agree with that.
How do the two, how are they compatible?
I believe that it's an ideological argument that you're using.
No, I'm asking you for your point. Are they not? You know, let's put it this way: transport is the contributes over 60% of carbon emissions in Hamilton City. That's a scientific measurement.
Yes.
So how would you reduce have us a climate change sanctuary without addressing
thank you. Yes, I'm following you now.
emissions?
Yes. I'm fully in favour of public transport, and just in line with public transport, I've got a suggestion in terms of we need to, bring in public transport. We need to sort of, it has to be an overall support from all sectors. For example, Met Service. We need to contact the Met Service and need, because the guidelines they use is that you assume you're either walking at a fast pace or you're cycling. When you're using public transport, you need to layer up more. So we need to sort of factor these things in. It requires a lot of work to do. And as I've written in my written submission, I'm in favour of some work done on the bus stops. So that'd be the major way of addressing climate change.
So you would be supportive of the public transport replacing some of private transport?
No, I would not, because I think that it should be a question of personal choice.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
We're kind of out of time now, but that's something to think about. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your regularity in your submissions. We appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
Next up, we have Phil Evans. And then... They're not here yet, though, are they? Oh, sorry to Waikato Regional Council. Can you hold on for... I've got you around the reverse order. We'll get to you next. Apologies. Phil, welcome.
Okay, good morning everyone again. Annual plan, have we got a slide going up? Oh, it's up there. Annual plan consultations are an opportunity for councils to reconsider and adjust what has already been agreed in the long-term plan. I'll start again.
Yep.
Start again?
Yep.
Good morning, everyone. Annual plan consultations are an opportunity for councillors to reconsider and adjust what has already been agreed in the long-term plan. And I want to use this opportunity to impress on you all, as I have done many times, that urgency is required in aspects of our transport network. My submission to this annual plan reflects my long-term plan submission, where I had made a call for some projects to be cancelled or postponed to free up funding for what I will be talking about here. I understand cancelling projects is not popular, but I struggle to see how entertainment trumps safety on our roads. I recently discovered the theatre, funding for which was promised to be capped at 25 million, has had an additional 22 million added to it, when we were told there is no money for cycling safety projects. Something is very wrong right there. But before I go any further, I'd like everyone to please look at the screen and take a moment to remember those who are no longer here, because there is apparently no funding available for bike lane safety, but there is for people's entertainment. In the blue box at the top are the names of the cyclists who have died while riding their bikes in Hamilton during the past 10 years. Thomas Briggs, James Todd, Margaret Poe, Ross Strange, Mike Leach and Tim Hope. I predict the next death in Hamilton will occur before the end of this year. In the orange box are the names of those who have died while cycling in New Zealand so far this year. 9 deaths, and we are still only halfway through the year. James Levi was aged just 19 when he was killed just 2 months ago on a section of road in Royal Oak in Auckland that has been subjected to safety concerns and analysis for a number of years. But decisions weren't made regarding the safety of road users, particularly cyclists, and Levi James is no longer here because of that. In the box on the right is the number of deaths per year since 2007, which is a total of 167. Those people died in the last 15 years while riding their bikes because of decisions or lack of decisions by councils across the country. This is almost 1 death per month for those 15 years. Almost all of them died because the infrastructure on the road put them in a position where the worst possible outcome occurred, and they are no longer here. What I haven't been able to portray on the screen are the injuries cyclists face at the hands of drivers. The true number will never be known, and the impact of those injuries vary from minor scrapes, dislocations, broken bones, muscle and tissue damage, and head injuries. Most of those go unreported, but be assured that they happen all the time. Probably every single day, someone somewhere will have an altercation with a driver and be hurt. And some of those injuries will have long-term consequences for the cyclist. The driver probably will have forgotten what they caused by the time they get home. I have repeated calls for Hamilton to be flooded with cycle wands, with the sole purpose of keeping drivers and their vehicles out of our bike lanes, because that is where we are dying and being injured. Those lanes are there for the sole purpose of keeping us safe, but paint on the ground has never worked and will never work. It is cheap and effective to install cycle wands at critical points in our roads will make a difference. We all know that most drivers want to get from A to B as fast as possible, and that they consider every inch of the road as theirs. Their attitude and behaviour is not going to change in a hurry or on its own. So I want to draw your attention to a statement in the published long-term plan regarding transport. And please excuse the lack of context for this. I'm making a point in the middle of it. Working with community and stakeholders to raise awareness of travel options and influence behaviour for mode choice and safety. I've had online discussions with a number of you on different aspects of this, one of which is about bringing the public along on the journey and making sure they are consulted every step of the way. But in the middle of that statement is the phrase, and influence behaviour. Frankton Overbridge placement of cycle wands was not consulted on. It was done as part of the low-cost, low-risk funding, and it is now significantly safer to cycle across. Hamilton East, Grey Street, Clyde Street, Anzac Street was not consulted on. It was all done with the same funding and no consultation. This week, starting last night, I believe, Mill Street from Norton Road to Ulster Street is being made safer with cycle wands, again, without consultation. And next up is Claudelands end of Claudelands Bridge is going to be made safer with cycle wands and some other adjustments. The eastern end of Fairfield Bridge, Pukiti Road to Rapa Road intersection, and Clyde Street Wairere Drive on the other bike lanes are other bike lanes made safer and usable with the effective use of cycle wands. But that's all that's in the city. That's all there is. Going back to the statement in the long-term plan, the above roading improvements are all about changing and influencing driver behaviour in the name of safety. You all know that there is a significant backlash when any aspect of driving is removed, and this will happen when they are blocked from being able to drive along our bike lanes illegally. At the moment, cyclists can't use them, particularly during peak hours. But do you listen to drivers who are being blocked from driving illegally, or the cyclists who want to get to work and home again uninjured and alive? That has to be a no-brainer. But in addition to the addition of Cycle Ones doesn't actually take away any of the lanes that are there for vehicles. None of the lanes assigned for vehicles disappears. They are all still there, having been designed for optimum traffic flow. Drivers' decisions to illegally impede in our bike lanes because they can is resulting in people getting killed and injured. Bike lanes are designated off-limits to vehicles, except under very few conditions, none of which is convenience. Sadly, for some of the names up on that screen, a driver's convenient intrusion into a bike lane has resulted in the worst possible outcome. So please, you are able to make alterations to the annual plan. You are able to decide on boosting on-road safety for bike lanes. If that requires borrowing to make it happen, then borrow. But please remember the names up on that screen and the 167 people who have lost their lives because councils didn't act. I've been advised in the past to keep coming to present to public forums about bike safety when it's being discussed. Why should I have to keep doing that? Why does this message about safety have to come from me or anyone else more than once?
Do you want to save some time for questions, Phil?
Possibly not. Why is it so easy to add 22 million to an entertainment facility and ignore people's safety? Every aspect of council business and what it is responsible for has a health and safety plan at the top of the list. Swimming pools are closed if not enough staff are available. Expensive traffic management is automatically part of maintenance and construction projects, but nothing exists for bike lanes. The projects that Martin's team is currently dealing with will make only a tiny dent in what needs to be done. But you seem to consider entertainment as far more important than the people whose names will be added to that list on the screen, which is already far too long.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a time for questions. Councillor Bunting.
Hi, Phil. Good to see you. We're not going to argue on-road, off-road today.
Thank you.
We'll do that in our own time.
Okay.
But one question that's piqued my ears up, the 22 million for entertainment, the theatre, can you clarify what that is?
That's a $1.1 million a year as a maintenance budget that was added on sometime, which I didn't know about. So it was capped at 25. That was what we were told was the cap, and then suddenly they want 1.1 million a year for 20 years, which is 22 million.
Oh, I understand what you're talking about now. Thanks.
So it's kind of, we were told that was a cap, and yet you found the money to put into that. So why wasn't that money?
Happy to take that up with you offline as well. Thanks. I just need clarity as to what.
I've had a discussion with Maxine, a little bit of a discussion about that.
So the question, you weren't aware of that being in at the beginning?
No.
So it was part of the original deal. You just
Was it? It was always a cap at 25. That's what I heard.
It was always part of the original deal. But anyway, that's fine.
I was never aware of that.
That's okay. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it.
Anyway, thank you. Councillor Gallagher, very quick one, please.
Yeah, so basically, when we're talking about on-road, you've given an example of the Massey Street overbridge, Grey Street, is where cycle ones literally proof help prevent serious injury. That if you're looking at a lower cost, immediate activity, that's your summary. That off-road, yes, but in the meantime, get on with cycle ones.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that was mentioned at another meeting too, that if we can put off-road, get them built, but in the meantime, we still have to ride around the city.
Thank you.
And those on-road ones need to be protected.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you. No one can fault you for your passion and dedication to cycling issues. We appreciate it. Thank you.
I just hope I don't have to keep coming back. Please do something. Thank you. Councillor Angela and Mark from the Regional Council. Welcome. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Angela Strange, toko ingoa. I'm the chair of our Regional Connections Committee at Waikato Regional Council and the deputy chair of our Regional Transport Committee. Just like to acknowledge Mark Tamura, who's our Director of Transport Connections. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here today. Just would like to firstly acknowledge our relationship that we have with HTC. We have Councillor O'Leary, who is our Deputy Chair on the Regional Connections Committee, and also your representative on the Transport Committee, Councillor Ewan Wilson and Councillor Sarah Thompson, as well as Councillor Dave McPherson as well. We thank you for the constructive and collaborative relationship we enjoy. Now turning to our submission. I'd like to talk about active mode transport. To most people, it is obvious that congestion levels in urban areas are tangibly worse during the school term. Data suggests that about a third of morning peak trips are for school travel. It is also an area of significant opportunity to reduce congestion, transport emissions, and improve population health. Again, research tells us that when parents are making the decision whether or not to let their child walk or cycle to school, perceived safety is a major consideration and is a key reason for reduced independent mobility among children. This is why we support the proposed investment in school travel planning. Now, there are natural synergies between investing in school travel planning and your investment in improved walking and cycling infrastructure and bikes on pipes. Also, implementing safer speeds and our own road safety education program and school assist bus services. We look forward to collaborating more with the city to make the most of this modest investment, building off it in the future, and sharing the lessons we learn with the wider region. Now, in respect of the Comet and Meteor route passenger transport improvements, we support improvements in the public transport infrastructure along these bus routes. It will improve pedestrian connectivity and the waiting environment for passengers and is definitely welcomed. For public transport to take the place we need it to as a cornerstone of a low emissions transport system, we know it must be convenient, affordable, and accessible, and it must be prioritised. Prioritisation measures reduce journey times, and this has a double benefit. It makes it a much more attractive way to travel, and it also means we can offer more frequent services for the same costs. Faster, more frequent services are the key to public transport services being an attractive or even preferred alternative to travelling by private car. So this is a virtuous cycle that we can create with the right combination of investment in bus services and infrastructure. That is why we welcome the improvements to Clyde Street as a part of the University Link project. It is also why we would like to see funding directed to building the infrastructure set out in the studies you have commissioned for the Comet route, Meteor route, and access to Waikato Hospital. We do understand the budget constraints you're operating within. We are encouraged by your support for reimagining the way we plan, invest and manage public transport and optimising our collective investment together with our future-proof partners. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge the current strength of relationship between our two organisations. It is with your support through the Regional Connections Committee that Waikato Regional Council has continued to invest year on year in public transport service improvements that meet the needs of the city and the wider region. It is with your support that we have established a $200,000 annual fund to support community transport within the region. It is with your support that we have together established the Te Huia passenger rail service that after a challenging start is proving that passenger rail connecting Hamilton to Auckland is a valuable and valued addition to our transport network. And it is on the back of our collective support for the Metro Spatial Plan business case that we look forward to playing our part in delivering tomorrow's low-carbon transport network. Thank you, and welcome any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
And welcome, nice to see you. Now, when we last talked, some questions were raised about the electrification of the bus fleet, and it was sort of mentioned that it was a wee way off because of the technology, etc. But and yet since then the central government budget has come out and they've really put the heat on electrification of buses. Has that changed your thinking, or has that influenced your thinking, or have you been given any guidance or help from central government with regards to that could bring that forward?
Yeah, I'll let Mark add to it. Yeah, the fund from central government is rather small when you look at it across the whole country.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I'll let Mark fill in the gaps.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, the investment, the transition for, in particular, the Hamilton urban bus fleet will predominantly be driven by the renewal of the contracts, which are 9-year contracts and will be re-let in, I understand, 2026. And the overall market that's out there now in respect of vehicles, it's very difficult, in fact, to get hold of a new diesel vehicle. And we believe, in light of information coming through current tenders, that we are passing the point of price parity, lifetime price parity, even contract life parity between electric and diesel vehicles. And if we can, through more collaborative initiatives with the city, work on other key elements such as securing the assets required, the land assets required for the charging infrastructure, whether or not there is government investment, and in fact whether or not we want it or not, we will have a zero emission fleet in my view through our next contract terms.
So can you more aggressively nudge your way to the front of the queue by pre-ordering your electric vehicles, or?
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, unfortunately no. And this is a real constraint that we have with the current public transport operating model, which Waka Kotahi is is in the process of reviewing, and will be opening for public consultation soon, and we'll be working closely with the Connection Committee about that. Yeah. What that does is that puts all of the decisions on fleet, labour, all of these things at arm's length from us as the public transport authority. So we can but stipulate in our contracts, and we're not to the point yet where we're renewing those contracts.
Right, that kind of answers my final question. That was about the salaries of bus drivers, which was mentioned in the budget as well. Is there anything you can do to nudge that along, or is it just a contract negotiation?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, it is a contract negotiation. So Waka Kotahi in their budget announcement have done an estimate of what they believe their share, so not the total cost of that wage uplift, but their share, their 51% share of that wage uplift would be nationally, and that's the figure that you see in the budget. And then it's up to us as public transport authorities to, through our normal negotiation channels, work with our operators to see that through.
Yeah, thank you.
It is a little, it's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, just to add to that, Councillor Bunting, it's our committee's wish that drivers are not paid less than the living wage, so we advocate strongly for that.
Okay, thank you. I've taken up plenty of time.
Councillor Thompson?
Paula, and thank you, Angela and Mark, for your submission. In the emissions reduction plan, Hamilton was missed out in terms of being in the action list for substantial investment in public transport. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah.
That's a very political question.
Oh, in terms of how we can collaborate to ensure that we get our share of fair investment.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that we were left off, as given our place geographically. I think there's room for more collaboration in that area, so welcome that.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, reimagining PT operations, that involves the concept of one single unified governance / decision-making system, and hopefully eventually budgetary system and operational systems following that. Is the regional council of a view that no one council should control that, or do you think that is going to be part of the regional council's operations, that reimagined entity?
It's a toughie.
May I answer?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, it's our view that local voice is vitally important. Regional council has the legislation to oversee that, but I would hate for us to lose that local voice, be it within Hamilton and to every part of our region. So
You're aware that Southland Regional Council was able legally to hand that over to another entity in past years under the current rules?
Yes, I am aware that you can get around the legislation that way. However, I believe that for the Waikato region, the need for us to work together to look at boundaryless planning for PT services and infrastructure is really important in that next step towards, especially within the metro area. I think it's definitely the way to go.
But the question is who would be in control, whether it's a
so
standalone entity or the regional council or something
I
else?
think that's yet to be worked through, and that's the work that we're doing through our PT Business Improvement Review.
I think the question is
so we
well
welcome
answered.
the relationship to continue.
Good question, Dave. Good answer. I think we need to move on anyway. Thank you.
No, thanks. Just introducing it.
That was a good, There's two really good political questions in that lot.
Councillor McPherson is always very helpful in his questioning.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up we have Tony McLaughlin. Morning, Tony.
Morning, Your Worship. Right, thank you. I'm here representing the Porter Group. Both Murray and Robin are away on leave at the moment, so you've got me again. So I just want to really deal again with one issue I've been here speaking to in the past, which is the realignment of Onion Road. Porter Group notes that there's some funding being provided for completing the design work for that realignment of Onion Road based on the designation that was put in place in April 2019. So we're supportive of that work taking place as soon as possible. The need for that has only increased with the recent closure of the Ruffle Road railway crossing and the impact that's had on businesses' operations in the Te Rapa North area in particular. The Onion Road realignment is also really important in terms of opening up further industrial land in the Te Rapa and Te Rapa North area, which Porter Group through various entities owns significant land in that area and has been working with a number of businesses who are looking to move their operations out of Auckland to Hamilton, which is a great thing. So we have over the years involved ourselves in the designation process because the land affected by the designation is owned by Empire Corporation, a Porter Group company. And during that process we supported the designation and the realignment of Onion Road. But we did make sure that the designation and the Commissioner accepted the importance of the designation and the construction of the road being undertaken with urgency. So, I mean, as I said, that occurred in April 2019 and nothing has happened to date. The designation only runs for 10 years. So there's 7 years left to design and construct this road. We would like to think it happens earlier rather than later. The Commissioner did accept and note in his advice to the Council that there was a lack of industrial land and that this piece of road was essential to opening that up, and that the Council, when they took on the designation, accepted a commitment to advance the design and construction in a timely manner. Porter Group is not just sitting here saying, build this road. We've made a number of attempts to facilitate the construction of that road, both in terms of offering a $2 million contribution towards that in the past through the LTP process, offering to vest at no cost 1 hectare of land for the project. So we want to be part of the solution, but it does need to be led by Council. So as I say, we see that this funding for the design is that critical first step that will allow the footprint to be determined, hopefully shrunk to a point where it minimises the land required and the land adjoining it can then be utilised for industrial activities sooner rather than later. So that's all I have to say, really.
Thank you. I do have a quick question. So we did pull forward that design money, which is part of what what was helpful. What specifically do you need to come forward?
Oh, we just here at speaking in support of that because obviously
Okay.
with the Ruffle Road railway crossing closure,
Yeah.
that's a temporary closure,
Yeah.
but it's not going to reopen because of the safety issues until the Onion Road realignment has occurred, and that is now having an immediate and direct impact not only on the Porter business, which is located there, but also the other businesses like Main Freight and that.
So if we get this
there.
investigation work done and, it creates the case that you'd be looking for council to consider pulling the completion of the project forward in the LTP.
Yeah, so this is an important step in the process, and obviously we've been engaged with Chris Allen and his team around that. But because the footprint is quite large, it's 4 odd hectares designation, and there's a hope, I guess, that can be reduced because that will reduce the costs overall. So we want to make sure that process starts and there's no delays in that because until we have that, it can't be accurately costed and you can't be asked to make a decision around funding that. So, but the longer it gets delayed, the longer it will take to actually construct it. And as I say, there's a dire shortage of freehold industrial land out there where the latest Harcourt survey is saying there's only 1% vacancy, and there's land prices continue to escalate at a rapid rate because of the lack of supply. Yeah.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Southgate. You actually latched on to the point I was going to ask about. Thanks, Tony, for your submission and your point about the lack of industrial land is well made. I just want to clarify as well. I think, and Dave might be able to help here. We've got design over 2 years in the plan.
Yeah,
2 years of design, and the assumption would be construction after that.
That's right. Yeah.
Are you sort of speaking in support of that, or are you hoping it can be condensed further? Or?
We would like it to happen as fast as possible, but if it could be done in 1 year, I think that would be great. But I think that's a budgeting thing as to where the money sits in which financial year, as I understand it from Chris. But there's certainly an urgency there now that the crossing is closed.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much. Thanks, Mayor Paul.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, just following Jeff's question, we're sort of in a half-pie negotiating a private developer agreement in public here, which is good. Someone before said we weren't very transparent about PDAs, so this is a good start. But I was sort of rather cheekily going to ask if the $2 million offer from last year would be inflated in line with construction costs and land costs, potentially. Seriously, is it time for, in your opinion, for council to sit down with you guys and work out a PDA that actually covers that, including the timeline that Jeff was asking about, and then locks that into some sort of contract? Yeah,
I think that's the design will inform that, and so we've been trying to facilitate that. I mean, the $2 million offer is above my pay grade, Dave. It's so that's when would have been helpful to have Murray here. But I mean, as I say, we're trying to help find a solution, and so further discussions with council staff about that would be helpful.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the work that you've done. I've been in a number of those conversations and meetings, and I'm really pleased with the partnership type of element approach we're trying to take here. So
fantastic.
We'll keep on that route. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
It's now Simon. No, is Constance here?
She's on Zoom.
Oh, Constance here, and then thank you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Good morning.
Kia ora, hey, Sao Shang Hao, and tēnā koutou katoa, and thank you to Mayor Paula Southgate and to all the councillor for allowing me to make a submission on behalf of New Zealand Chinese Language Week. So New Zealand Chinese Language Week is a Kiwi initiative to promote the learning of the Chinese language and to foster a deeper understanding of the Chinese culture. And we hold a whole raft of activities, anything from the trilingual children's storybook to dumpling festival to we have got Mandarin ambassador as well. So what I would like to do is that I would like to play a YouTube clip that will show you the highlights from last year's New Zealand Chinese Language Festival, and it will sum up quite succinctly what this event is all about. So am I able to share this YouTube video?
Sure. It's within your time, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it will be about within 3 minutes, yeah. And just a minute. And let me know if the sound comes through.
Kia ora,
Yep,
Daja
all
Hao,
good.
and welcome to New Zealand Chinese Language Week 2021, which ran from the 26th of September to the 2nd of October. NZCLW 2021 was bigger and better than ever before. It was fantastic to see so many people involved all over New Zealand. We have loved seeing all the videos and photos of everyone entering the hashtag 5 Days 5 Phrases challenge, taking part in NZCLW National Dumpling Day, entering competitions and giveaways, and just enjoying and celebrating Chinese language and culture. Even though COVID-19 guidelines restricted the amount of guests we could host, we still put on a spectacular opening event at the New Zealand Parliament's Banquet Hall, with just over 75 guests in person and an additional 30 guests tuning in via Zoom. Joe Coughlin, Chair of the New Zealand Chinese Language Week Trust, emceed the event. Speaker of the New Zealand House of Representatives, the Right Honourable Trevor Mallard, presented certificates of achievement to our youth ambassadors, Mandarin superstars and little ambassadors. Speakers included Trust Deputy Chair Tony Brown, Chinese Ambassador Her Excellency Madame Wu Ji, who spoke via Zoom, as well as Labour MP Nasi Chen. We started the week off with a delicious taste of Chinese culture, celebrating National Dumpling Day, which fitted perfectly with this year's New Zealand Chinese Language Week theme, food and hospitality. This year's response to our trilingual children's book, Daniel's Matariki Feast, was amazing, receiving high praise from children, teachers and even politicians from around New Zealand. The NZCLW Trust has donated more than 1,650 books to 234 schools and libraries across the country. The Gisborne Herald made a video featuring Race Relations Commissioner Meng Foon visiting the children at St Mary's School in Gisborne. There he read Daniel's Matariki Feast in Mandarin, Te Reo and English. It has also been wonderful to see the support from so many politicians and mayors around the country. A highlight was having Vodafone service provider change their hello phrase to ni hao in the top left-hand quarters of all Vodafone devices. We achieved prime-time features on 3's The Project and TVNZ1's Morning Show Breakfast, with a total of 58 features online, on air and in print across the country, including major outlets News Talk ZB, RNZ, Stuff and the New Zealand Herald. Thank you once again for all your support and participation in New Zealand Chinese Language Week 2021. We can't wait to do it all over again in 2022. Xie xie.
This is Dave. He's trying to learn a language the traditional way, but they only teach him boring.
Sorry, just let me just get rid of that. Okay, so it's back to me. So I hope that gave you quite a good feel about what the New Zealand Chinese Language Week is about. And what are we asking from you? So, as the Chinese have been here for over 180 years, and we have been very successful in showing how you can actually make the embracing of another culture really fun and doing all sorts of different things, whether it's through a children's storybook, whether it's through Kai, a dumpling festival, whether it's through language ambassadors. So we have found almost different aspects of the culture just to make it really come alive. And so there are 3 different areas that we would love your support. One is that we would love a mayor video support during the Chinese Language Week, which is held on the 25th September, 1st October. Another area of support that we would like is that we held activities at the national level. That means we sort of, there are all different activities run by different organizations, and we promote them on our website and social media. And we, as you said, we distribute our children's book to the school libraries and councils. And so we would, if there is a possibility, we would love to see how we could, support you in your grassroots activity by promoting on social media. So we'd love to have a liaison person. And the third aspect of my submission is to ask for a financial contribution of $2,000 towards this national event that we have, because we are a charitable trust, and we would love any form of financial support from the council. So this is what my submission is about, and I will be very happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was an excellent way to showcase what you were asking for. One question for me, have you applied for our community grants?
Yes,
That's
we
what
do
I thought.
that. Yes, we're very familiar with that, because we find sometimes we have got, that sometimes we have success rate when we approach the councils in two different ways, because we're not really, we're a charitable organization, so sometimes the community grant is specifically for running the event itself. We don't run the event. We provide support to you. So an event could be like, I think a particular council just happened to have a week before the New Zealand Chinese Language Week, they happen to have an exhibition about the Chinese, so that's the sort of thing that we can help you to promote. So the $2,000 is for us to help us run a whole lot of other activities that we have for everyone, and so that's where we were hoping for the contribution towards. Sometimes the community grant can be a very specific aspect of what exactly you need to do for that grant, unless I'm incorrect in that area.
Okay, thank you. We'll get back to you on that, but that's a good answer to your question. Don't see any other questions. Just thank you for the way you presented, and it was my pleasure last year to make dumplings. We have we have two other councillors in this council who can speak Mandarin to some extent. Sarah's very good, and Mark Donovan's very good also. And so it was my pleasure to learn how to make dumplings, and then to say, Happy Chinese Language Week, I love dumplings. That's what I said.
Yeah, thank you so much. I come from a multilinguistic background. Chinese is actually probably my weakest link. I'm also learning Tereo now, and I've got Malay heritage. So I am a product of a multilinguistic, multicultural experience. I've been here in New Zealand for 20 years. I find myself highly privileged. Thank you so much for offering me this opportunity. 谢谢 and Chai Chen, and I wish you all a great day for the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
Right. Thank you. We'll have to get back on that one. So we're now on to Simon from Go Eco. Welcome, Simon. Well known to all of us, I think.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to come along today. My name's Simon Gascoigne. I'm from Go Eco. We're a voice for the environment, a centre for learning and a catalyst for change. So thank you for the opportunity to present here. I'm just going to briefly run through, we went through the online form there, so I'll follow through on those items. Just in terms of thinking about the funding for the proposals, we think that additional borrowing is preferable to raising rates. The extra debt only pushes out book balancing by 1 year, so we're in favour of that. Looking at the transport proposals, we're in favour of this, basically everything. The school travel plan, reducing the congestion on our roads. This is evident by the decrease in congestion during school holidays. Ideally, we wish there were, dedicated school buses back again, but we can see how that goes forward. But the loss in productivity from congestion, all of those things combined together, it's great to look at ways where we can reduce congestion. We support the Bikes on Pipes project there, just to encourage cycling and mode shift. The earlier we get the funding for that, the more likely we can get that sort of thing underway. The other proposal for transport was the bus infrastructure and safety improvements on Te Rapa and Ulster Street. Now, these are 60-kilometre-an-hour dual carriageway roads. So there are safety issues, and especially for our elderly and vulnerable, trying to catch the bus. It's hard enough navigating those streets in a car, trying to get over the other side of the road if you need to, let alone, if you are walking or cycling. Yeah. In terms of cars, we've just had a record of 165,000 new car registrations per year in New Zealand, and the cost of car ownership is never higher. They've been higher, I guess. So there's never a better time to catch a bus. And I myself, it costs me $10 a week for my commuting for getting to and from work. So it's cheaper than taking a car. In fact, I've worked out it costs me more to leave the car, at home in the garage, just $12 a day, just sitting there doing nothing. Yeah. In terms of other proposals, we've got the land purchases for community parks, Peacocks and Rotokauri. We would ask any purchased land retain any existing mature old growth trees or forest or bush that could be providing habitat for wildlife, including bats. We've been doing a bit of work there on bat monitoring around the city, and it's amazing to find out, what is out there in terms of the bats and how they've been using the river and the gully networks as their wildlife corridors, just travelling around the city. It's been quite amazing. I don't know of any other city that has wildlife corridors running through it like we do, so it's quite cool to have that there. And looking at the Pukiti wastewater treatment plant, there's two proposals there, one for electricity, the backup supply. We're in favour of making sure we've got the necessary generating capacity to make sure that we don't end up inadvertently having to discharge partially treated water into the river. That obviously would affect the ecosystems, the health of the river, and also its cultural and spiritual heritage as well. In terms of emissions, we support the investigation to look at reducing the emissions and energy use. I understand we can only use part of the biogas that's produced at the moment. It's combined with natural gas and cogen equipment and burnt that way. But the rest is flared off, so there's a proposal to see if we can look at using all of the biogas that's generated by the plant. I do know of one municipal utility in Oakland, California, that decided to take the ownership of its area's waste back, essentially back in the early 2000s. So they collect every form of organic waste they can from the whole area that they cover, and they use that to basically generate electricity through biodigesters and so forth. They collect grease from grease traps, biosolids from dairy and cheese factories, wineries and processing plants. They turn all of that waste into energy to the point that now they are net energy positive. So it's about looking at organic waste and thinking it's not actually waste, it's energy potential there. Yeah. Just on a personal note also, I would like to thank the Council for flying the Ukrainian flag at the moment. We have a message of thanks from a family that I'm in touch with in Ukraine. I sent them a photo of the flag flying over the City Council building there, and they replied with heartfelt thanks. So I'd just like to offer that thanks there. Yeah. So, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? It was pretty straightforward. No, it was pretty straightforward. And thank you for the positivity that you've pushed toward the city, but also what you're doing at Go Eco. We really do value what you do there and how you support the Worker Council.
Thank you. It
Thank
keeps
you
us
very
busy.
Huh?
Keeps us busy.
Yeah. Keeps us busy too.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's the last one before a short break, councillors. So we, we're caught up. Are we a bit on time, haven't we? Caught up on time. So we'll have a break. We're expecting Melissa to come at 10 past 11. But if she comes a bit earlier, we can. Otherwise, you've got a decent break. Make the most of it. Enjoy. Stretch your legs for coffee. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Did you like the tune?
I thought it was very good.
I should see if I can play Jingle Bells. I've always wanted to learn that skill, you know, that one, the sheep whistle one. I think you can do it, can't you, Angela? But I'm not going to ask you to. Yeah, I know. All right, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We now have Melissa with us. Welcome, Melissa. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm just here to talk about or submit on the annual plan. I'll start with some positives. I would really like to commend the council for giving more support to bike projects and micro-mobility and active transport projects. I think it's really good that the council is giving some money towards this and recognizing the importance of this. However, I would really like to emphasize further urgency for this issue and more funding for this issue. And I'm going to emphasize this with a personal story of mine. So as some of you may know from those of you who are at the Share the Streets rally, I'm quite a fond bicyclist. I would consider myself quite a confident bicyclist. But about 2 weeks ago, I had experienced an incident on the road that has just really shaken me to the core. And I don't really want to bike anymore. I've taken the bus here today. What happened essentially was that there was an obstruction in the bike lane while I was traveling along Tarapa Road towards the city center. The obstruction was just some cones and a temporary speed limit sign for some roadworks that was occurring. And when I did my shoulder check and looked out and moved out to go around the cones, I had a driver come by extremely close to me at a very high speed while honking their horn. And it still shakes me to think about it and to talk about it now. Although I'm fine, I can't help but think about what may have happened if I had lost my balance one way or the other. Might not be here today or might be in the hospital. And what I would really like you to take away from this story is that I'm really scared to be on the road. And I really don't want to die on the road doing something that should be normal and should be safe, just riding my bike. I know Phil Evans has spoken to this during his time about the number of people who have died while cycling on our roads in Hamilton and across the country, and that these deaths are not inevitable and they're not necessary, and that I would really urge the council to take proactive steps to prevent these deaths and injuries before they occur instead of afterwards. And I would just really like to impart that I'm scared that this is going to happen to me and that nothing is going to be done about it. So to summarize my submission, I would really like to urge the council to prioritize the projects that have already been put forward, to put more funding towards these projects, and to really focus on a network in the city and not just certain roads or certain parts of roads, because that's what we really need to make the city safe for people on bikes, and to encourage people to cycle, because we know that people will cycle if they feel that it is safe. To bookmark this on a more positive note, we know that there is support for this in Hamilton. As we saw at our rally, 50 to 60 people who actually attended, and more who wanted to but were unable to. So thank you. There is a lot of support for this in Hamilton, and I would really like to see more from this council on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming. I know if you're a first-time submitter, it's a bit daunting sitting at this big table But we really do welcome everyone coming in and sharing their views, and your views are very reasonable and heartfelt, so we do. And I'm sorry you experienced that issue in Te Rapa. Just a question from me. You said that it was roadworks and roadworks signage and a cone that was in the cycle lane, in the dedicated cycle lane?
Yeah, so it was like, I'm not sure why there were cones there, but there were some cones that were holding like a temporary speed limit sign, like to show that it was to 30. And the way that they were placed was to completely obstruct the bike lane. I do appreciate that there's not really a lot of space on the road to be able to put down that signage without blocking other types of traffic. And I did phone the council afterwards to inform them of the obstruction and that it needed to be moved because it was a real hazard.
Okay. And did they come and remove that, do you think?
Yeah, they were moved so that it was kind of like just on the edge of the bike lane, towards the curb and a little bit on the sidewalk, which I thought was not ideal, but like there wasn't really anywhere else to put it in that case, so I thought that was a good improvement.
So just a question, you'd like council to be more vigilant about any obstacles that they place in a cycle lane. Would that be one of the actions that you would like?
Yes, I think that would be a good action to take as well. I think it just speaks to the sort of the attitude around bike lanes, that they're just space for storing stuff or for parking cars, when really they are actually a traffic lane that are used by people.
Yeah.
And that when they are obstructed, especially on a road like Te Rapa Road, which is has quite high speed traffic, it can be really scary and really difficult to move around.
Okay.
Those obstructions, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I know you raised lots of issues. I'll pass on to others for questions. Councillor Gallagher and then Ms McPherson.
I've got a key take home and I just want to check this. Profile, you are a very keen cycler, that's part of your life, but you now have a perception, correctly, that this is not safe. There are parts of that are not safe. So you would normally be an active cyclist, but the current network discourage you from doing that.
That's correct, yeah. So normally I'm very confident at riding on those kinds of roads, taking the lane, doing, just riding on the road, and riding my bike is typically my primary mode of transportation, but this incident was essentially the straw on the camel's back, and I no longer, or I'm taking a break from it at least, don't want to do it anymore because, yeah.
And without wanting to ask you the leading question, if you're talking to others, and I'm thinking of parents with children, teenagers, your message would be, obviously, be careful, and you would discourage.
Yeah, it's really challenging because I do want to encourage people to cycle because I think it's a very great way of getting around. It gives you a lot of independence. It makes you more healthy. It's great for the environment. But it's hard to encourage people to do something that I know is really dangerous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Yep. Thanks, Melissa. Just out of interest to start with, before I ask my question, that issue about roadwork signs, temporary signs being placed in cycleways, has been raised with our management for 10, 12 years in a row, probably every year, and it doesn't ever seem to sink in more than maybe for a week or two if you're lucky on, or in your case a particular sign that's someone goes out and fixes but doesn't actually look at the generic problem. But my question was more what your experience on cycleways in Hamilton on the ordinary streets, not the ones that are painted on road ones, when there's no physical obstruction like a car parking in the cycleway or a sign in the cycleway. How do you find the road surface? I've got my own experiences, but I'm interested in whether you think they're maintained to the same standard, built to the same standard, those sorts of questions. What's your experience?
So is the question like roads that don't have painted cycleways?
No, ones that do. Anything off to the edge that appear, whether it's the dotted line or the official cycleway, both of that sort.
My experience has been that it does depend on the road, because there are some roads in Hamilton that are sort of smooth, and there are some roads that are, you know, a little bit more bumpy, and that usually translates over to the cycle lane as well. But that being said, I have found that the cycle lane is generally of a lower quality, because, I don't know, it's the edge of the road. It's not usually, not sure the terminology, but like smoothed over as much. Like they've just, or whoever has done the paving for the road has focused on the car traffic lane and has sort of left that as the gutter. I also find that often debris and rubbish is swept into the cycle lane, and that can sometimes pose a hazard as well. I've pulled out a nail that's like this big out of my bike tire. So in general, I would say that it's of a lower quality than the cycle ways are of lower quality than the road.
Thanks. I didn't want to put words in your mouth, but I would have come up with exactly the same answer. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in, Melissa. And actually, you have raised a few points that haven't been raised by other cycling advocates. So it's always good to get a rounded picture, and appreciate you taking the time to come in and talk with us with your personal experience. And we'll be getting back to you with our thoughts later on, but thanks so much.
Thank you.
We have Lynn here, don't we? Hey Lynn, how are you doing? So we'll go to Lynn, if that's okay, everyone. Tui 2000.
Yep.
How's everything
Good morning.
in the green spaces of our city, Lynn? All good?
Lucky you've jumped my head because I've illegally parked in a baby.
All right.
I think the last time I was here, I got a $70 fine for parking over in the Kmart car park. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Mayor. On behalf of TUI 2000 members, I wish to pass on our congratulations on the adoption of the Nature of the City strategy to shape a healthy, vibrant and green city that future generations can protect and enjoy. From our experience, your targets for the next 30 years are both highly desirable and feasible. TUI 2000 has worked as a voluntary group for over 30 years in the Waikato and appreciate the time needed to achieve your targets. The commitment of $29 million for the 21-31 long-term plan is admirable and a clear indication of the Council's intent. For many years, TUI's main focus has been Waiwhakareke Natural Heritage Park, with our Friends of Waiwhakareke group and fundraising for plants. Now that the park has been amalgamated with the zoo, TUI's roles at the park have been incorporated into the jobs descriptions for full-time employees of the Council under zoo management, and the park is developing in a way we have always hoped to see. The newly constructed shared entrance of the zoo and Waiwhakareke are a further advance and for the goal for added visitor destination in Hamilton City. Naturally, members are delighted and relieved with the transfer of the responsibility for fundraising and transferring organisations for the planting program for the park from volunteers to experienced and expert staff. We're also very excited that investigations are being made currently regarding the construction of a predator-proof fence around Waiwhakareke, associated with the zoo's program under Dr. Baird Fleming. Hamilton Gardens are already an international tourist attraction. The combination of the world-class zoo and Waiwhakareke Heritage Park will be an additional draw card for visitors to Hamilton. As you're probably aware, Waiwhakareke Natural Heritage Park is already recognised internationally for its continuing recreation of a native forest. With the addition of a predator-proof fence, native birds and other fauna will be added to the mix, while the elimination of predators will help enhance natural processes of regeneration for plants in the park. It's also been noted that HCC has started work on extending the city's significant natural areas. We fear that there will be opposition to the extension of the SNAs from affected landowners. It would help if there was extensive education as to what an SNA is. We suggest that the main focus at present should be getting natural areas firmly embedded in the 10-year plan, and the Gullies Reserve Management Plan needs to be reviewed, including checking the current names of the gullies and that their extent is mapped accurately. In 2000 is keen to support the goal of a 10% urban area in natural vegetation. Amongst our members, we have experienced volunteers who work in gullies across the city and would be available to share their knowledge with the committee, staff and property owners. We participate in the Kirikiri Royal Gully Restoration Group with GoEco, working with HCC staff and sharing experience with new volunteers. We're also delighted to see that the zoo management is currently advocating for the employment of a volunteer coordinator. Through this, and in association with the online volunteer registration form, there's every chance that HCC can reach its 1,000 volunteer target. And thanks again for the opportunity to make a submission today and support the avenues being taken by the city towards a goal for a vibrant and green city. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. So, question from me, and then Councillor Gallagher. Do you feel that the work that we've got proposed in the annual plan for this year, which comes, of course, from the long-term planning, do you feel that the work that is you're supporting that, is it sufficient, that you're happy with at least that we're taking that approach in the annual plan towards?
Yes, we're absolutely delighted with all the wonderful staff the council's employed with lots and lots of experience in the development of a forest and things, etc., and their experience with other agencies. And it's just wonderful to take the pressure off us to raise the money and the council to spend the money on the projects. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Are you aware that this council is deeply grateful for the fantastic work that TUI 2000 has done over many years?
Thank you, Martin. You constantly remind us of that.
that was the question.
Yeah, it was
it
a
wasn't
question,
a question, but it's good.
The members that have been in for over 30 years have been amazing. You know, like Maxine Fraser and then tomorrow you've got the Civic Awards and you've got one of our members that's getting an award there. Yeah. So it's for her work. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your submission. TUI 2000, I've had associated with them for years, and you've been there the whole journey of restoration, especially with coming alongside the project. I was involved with the Halo project and supporting that whole work, because we all couldn't have done it by ourselves, could we? But you guys are amazing. What is occurring? What is occurring? Gavin and Stacey. Mark, sorry, another question. I was just going to thank you and say nice things.
Sorry to interrupt that, Mayor Paula. That was quite entertaining. Hello, thank you.
Don't fight over me. Yeah, okay.
How are you, just a general question, how are you going for capacity? Because, there's obviously a huge elevation in the work in the gullies and stuff, and it's exciting to watch helicopters flying over Mangaiti and that. How are your members going for capacity?
We haven't got many members.
Right.
And a lot of them have been worn, were at the point when we were worn out.
Yes, yeah.
But it's just been such a boost.
Right. So
the employed staff to take over the roles.
Right, and you're regenerating your membership? You're getting more people through? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it's hard. We're all getting older. I mean, most of the members are over 75.
Right.
So we're getting to the point when we can't physically do all the hard yards.
Yeah. Is there any way that you could see that the council could help you to bring up your numbers in that respect?
Reduce the age if we joined.
Yeah, that's right.
Reduce the age if we all joined.
Oh, definitely.
Marginally. Yeah. So is there any way that our team could help your team in that respect?
I think I'm not sure. It's been hard. A lot of the young people, though, are getting involved with different
Yeah.
groups around town. I mean, there's like Edgecombe Park. That's brilliant. I can't remember the chap's name. Te Kopa is absolutely an inspiration.
Cool.
So, and he comes along with auntie and uncle to every meeting we have at Go Eco.
Yep.
And I mean, if we can get enthusiastic young people like him, that'd be brilliant.
Cool. Thank
Okay,
you.
one more question from Kesh,
Thanks,
who's on Zoom.
Thank you. Thank you. Just following on from that, I'm just wondering if you've been in contact with any of the secondary schools. Reason I'm asking is I was recently contacted by a group, even through Hamilton Boys, looking for community service for volunteer work.
Yes.
So is that something you've already done, or should I be sending the request your way?
You send them our way, definitely, especially for the Friends of Waiwhakareke sessions at each month at the end of the last Saturday of the month out at the park. It'd be wonderful. Fraser were great. They had students who wouldn't actually qualify to leave. They weren't given their final certificates until they'd done voluntary work. So a lot of them used to come along to help us at Waiwhakareke. And they're a great bunch. And they've gone on and done work and studied at the university, that kind of work. Yeah. No, that'd be wonderful. Western Community Centre's excellent too at advertising our needs. Excuse me.
Okay, thank you again. You do marvellous work. We all appreciate it. Walking along that long journey of biodiversity, it's excellent. And yeah, we hope to see you at an event coming up soon.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, cool. Thank you so much. Councillors, we've got Blair here. Good morning, Blair.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors. My name is Blair Mcallis. I live in Dinsdale, a very trendy, leafy suburb, as you know, full of clogged gutters and all sorts of stuff. I am a senior firefighter at Te Rapa Fire Station and have been for 37 years in employment in the fire service. Now, I was going to speak again today, as I spoke last time I was here a year or two back, about council spending, but all it's done is increased since I last spoke from, I believe, $479 million up to $544 million. Correct me if I am wrong. I don't think I am. So what I want to talk about today is the woke and snowflake culture of the council at present. And I will carry on. Von Tempsty Street, named in 1906. Dawson Park, named not long after. Now the council are, through media and subterfuge in my personal opinion, telling the ratepayers that we are struggling with our colonial past. I don't know.
So one moment, please, Blair.
Yes.
I do want you to have your say.
Me too.
But we are having a say on the annual plan, so that has to be relevant to the annual plan. So
it
you
is.
need to talk to the annual plan.
This is about irresponsible spending.
Okay. Just well, because we can't go too
Mr.
far down.
McPherson, could I perhaps ask you not to interrupt? I don't interrupt you. I'm not making abusive comments at all, sir.
Excuse me.
If you want to go on, sir, I can remind you of an incident that you, in person, went to a timber merchant's not that many years ago.
Blair,
created a scene and had to get spoken to by police. Is that correct?
Mr. McAllister.
No, it's correct. I was there. I saw you. Yes,
Mr.
madam.
McPherson.
I beg your pardon?
Please, can I ask for some decorum and just...
He started it.
Let's just go on with the issues politely and give your presentation, please. We're all
Could you
ears.
ask your councillor not to interrupt then, ma'am, please?
He won't interrupt again.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate. Right, I shall continue. Now, allegedly, we're struggling with our colonial past. I'm not struggling with any of my past, colonial or whatever.
Okay, so let's go and get into an argument. What I will ask you is for Councillor McPherson to refrain from interjecting. However, you need to be careful to balance your language so that it is not offensive.
I haven't said any swear words, ma'am, and I'm trying very, very hard not to say any swear words. very hard.
Carry on, please.
Trying not to be offensive. Perhaps the councillor here, my learned friend, thinks I'm offensive just by turning up. I don't know. But anyway, now, the councillors changed the name of Womtensky Street and also changed the name of Dawson Park. Now, 116 years Womtensky Street has been in our city, and in 5 minutes you guys changed the name to it. Now, I don't think it's very fair. I don't see any Maori street names or parks or anything being changed to alleged colonial white person's park, and you can call me racist, call me what you like, I don't care. So we've got that. That annoys me. That really annoys me. And it's just a waste of money of changing all sorts of stuff. Now, let me bring you, struggling in your colonial past, back to the statue of one Captain John Fane Charles Hamilton that was removed.
Yep, yeah, I'm coming there.
No, this is about council spending money.
Councillor McPherson, hang on, please.
This is
If you
about
both
council
talk out-
spending and wasting ratepayers'
Yes,
money.
but what I
Our
will-
debt, ma'am, is humongous in this city and increasing daily.
Okay, so we get that point. We don't want to focus, 1 minute, I am trying to be very fair here. We don't want to focus on decisions that have been and gone. We need to focus on some of the things you've got in your written submission, which is around the budget. So please focus on that.
Well, the budget is out of control, ma'am. It's absolutely out of control. There's money being spent on all sorts of silly things. The only good thing about the budget in recent times is my street getting dug up and some humongous great big water pipes being put in, which I think is a cracking idea. But the wasteful spending of this council, ma'am, is unbelievable. How can a council that was around about 18 months ago, and you'll know this, Mr. Bunning, and I've known you for a long time, but you don't know that I know you, but I've known you since Auckland.
Let's stick to the issues,
Now,
please.
I'm just reminding Mr. Bunting that I know him. Now, back in his radio days.
Okay, let's leave
Now,
that aside.
the council debt has gone from $418 million to $544 million, give or take a few coins. Now, why is that? Why we just keep spending money? We went from a debt and an interest debt of $70,000 a day to what now? Can somebody enlighten me onto that? What is the interest that we're paying on these loans now?
In our response to you later, when councils have deliberated, you'll get that information, but we can't give it today. Today's for you to tell us what your views are.
Well, I'm trying to tell you what my views are about wasteful spending. Getting rid of street names, getting rid of statues, getting rid of all sorts of stuff, and the council is just spending. It's not fantastic. Our roads are rubbish, to be fair. The infrastructure is pretty damaging. My drains outside my house are clogged up. I've been onto the council many, many times now about some blooming horse chestnut trees up my street to be felled and gotten rid of and given the wood to people with a fireplace. Nothing's happened. I just keep getting asked relentlessly, how is the council doing? I don't want to be horrible and nasty, but they're not doing very well, I'm afraid. And that was the bell, so I suppose you want me out of your room. Have you got anything to say, Mr. McPherson?
No,
you want to
excuse me.
rip into me?
We won't do dialogue across like that.
Okay.
Because we'll be respectful of each other in this room.
I'm very respectful today, ma'am.
So, in respect to giving the chance for councils to ask you questions, because this is the point for you to come and talk to us with your views, and for council to make sure they've understood your views with questions. So I'm going to ask Martin what his question is, please. Thank you, Martin.
No, I think I hear you. This is a democracy. I respect it's a democracy.
I appreciate that, sir.
You and I be very different, but you have your view, I have mine. And
I appreciate that.
Just on the issue of the drains, in your own street, what is stuff that council could do more?
Well, one, get rid of these flipping horse chestnut trees that are in my road between Carnarvon and Thompson, because I went for a walk up there this morning, and it's quite abysmal. The drains are clogged. The drain outside my house at 102 is clogged up to the top of the drain. Also, the drain on the corner of Carnarvon, Dinsdale, absolutely clogged up to the top.
Yeah.
Now, when it rains, and it rains hard, you could just about kayak from beyond my house down to the bottom of Carnarvon where it's flooding. There's something needs to be done about that. And that's just one part of the flippin' city.
Through the
Cool,
chair,
thank
can
you.
that be looked at?
Yep, we
I've sent things on the Antenno app many times, 5, 6, 7, 8 times probably in the last 2 years. Nothing's been done.
Okay, we'll follow up your issue around those
Okay.
leaves and the clogging.
Cool.
Okay, thank you very much for coming with your forthright views. We're here to listen, and we'll get back to you, as I say, once the deliberations have occurred.
Will you send me a personal email? Because
We will make
you've stopped doing that when I email you about stuff, so I'm
Who,
guessing
me?
I'm blocked.
Me?
Yeah,
I don't block anyone through my mail.
all right,
Not,
good as gold.
if you send it to mayor at HCC, you will always get a reply, and that is absolutely certain.
Okay, I'll look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Have a great day.
Now we have Chris and Joy and Jerry. So I think this is Zoom. Is this Zoom? It is on Zoom. So on Zoom, people, we've got Chris, Joy, and Jerry coming on Zoom. Hi there, Jerry. Hi, Chris.
Hey, I guess I can unmute.
Kia ora, Mayor Southgate.
Have we got Joy joining us? Joy. There's a lot of J's going on. Is Joy joining us?
There are indeed. I don't know if she may
Okay.
join us.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, well, speaking, we're the two who have agreed to speak today, Jerry and myself. I'll just introduce myself for the benefit of councillors up in Kuriroa, Hamilton. My name is Chris Ford. I'm the Regional Policy Advisor for Disabled Persons Assembly New Zealand. My principal role is to support our members in making submissions to local government around the country, and that includes to councils such as the Hamilton City Council. It's a pleasure to be speaking before you this morning. I'll just get Jerry to quickly introduce himself, and then we'll get into our submission.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. I'm speaking in support of the DPA submission as a DPA member and also as a member of the Disabled People's Forum here in Hamilton.
That's great. Thank you. Mayor, councillors, I just wish to begin by drawing some key points from our submission. The first is that we're pleased to see that the council recently consulted over the existing access to Hamilton disability policy. We responded to that by calling for an even stronger disability strategy and action plan for the city, underpinned by the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, UNCRPD, and Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Therefore, we want to reiterate in this submission our themes around our earlier disability policy submission in terms of building an inclusive, accessible city which can be lived in by all people, including disabled people. We want to build a community where every person has dignity, worth, autonomy and value. This can be done through ensuring that every disabled person feels a true sense of citizenship via the removal of disabling barriers and attitudes within the Hamilton community. We believe that Hamilton City Council can play a lead role in effecting positive change in this city through acting as a partner with the disabled community in doing so. In terms of more specifically what we're recommending in terms of this annual plan around this specific issue, we recommend that a budget line be created within the plan to accommodate the development and implementation of the new strategy over the next 2022-23 financial year and in the immediate years beyond to ensure that the costs of doing that can be fully met. I'll now hand over to Jerry to talk about the next topic, which is universal design accessibility features.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris. Many of you will know me well over the more than 20 years I've been involved with the disabled community. I just wanted to make a quick comment before launching into the pieces around the annual plan that we've advocated for, which you will have in the papers in front of you. But I just wanted to remind Council that we have a vibrant and thriving disabled persons community here in Hamilton. It's quite unique around New Zealand. There's not many groups like ours We're autonomous and self-sustaining. We've applied but not been successful to have any council funding to develop our community. We pay for New Zealand Sign Language interpreters at our every monthly meeting. We're a pan-impairment group of people, so members of our group have intellectual or learning disabilities, post-stroke, aphasia, cerebral palsy. We have a wide range of members, and we have a hardcore of about 20 to 30 people who meet every month. So we've built our group up to have a really solid foundation, and we're all committed, we're all involved with broader networks. We have people like Tim, who's doing his PhD, actively involved in sustainability and accessibility of the transport system. We have Helena chairing, she's worked with Margaret Wilson, the Deputy Commissioner at DHB. We now have a Disabled Persons Health Forum that runs on their cycle. I myself am a co-chair of the governance group setting up the new Ministry for Disabled People. We all have Paul Burrows, one of our members, is getting a civic award today for his commitment to our disabled community here in Hamilton. And we're influential people, yet we seem to be unable to get traction in our own community, although we're widely influential across the region and the country. And that's quite sad, actually, that we've had to do this all by ourselves, you know, without recognition. So putting that aside, apart from a few councillors who have been interested over the years, but I just want to put that out there as a challenge for council. We're 24% of your population, and you're not engaging with us in a meaningful way. And we've shown our commitment by meeting every month to discuss the issues. We've invited in Harvey Brooks from Waikato Wellbeing. We're involved in the Housing Initiative in Kaingaora. We've made significant contributions to the development contributions policy in the CBD. So, sorry, I'm a little bit animated, but coming off the back of that, it is critical that this council considers universal access for all of its citizens in the annual plan. Just not little lines of things, but that you have a global look at what our lives are like. So we need to be able to take our children and grandchildren to places, to enjoy Hamilton's facilities. We need to be able to be independent in our lives and not have to rely on other people to access things or have tortuous planning decisions in front of us if we want to navigate across Te Rapa Strait and Ulster Street. We need to be able to just get on with things. The footpaths, particularly, many of us are not drivers. We rely on footpaths and public transport. It's critical that this is done well and done properly with a good view of everyone's requirements that live in Hamilton City. So just putting it out there, we support Hamilton City Council in the work they do, and we're really appreciative of the little pieces that have been heard in the work that you do. We have a thriving community who are struggling to participate equitably alongside everyone else. We are an intelligent, smart and resourceful group of people who are actually being denied basic participation alongside everyone else, and it's actually got to change. Thank you.
Thank you. I know I have a couple of questions and Councillor O'Leary has too. So Councillor O'Leary, go first.
Thank you, Jerry and Chris, for your presentation, and as always for your continued support for this community. And congratulations on the government's announcement for the new ministry. It's one of the very few decisions that this government has done that I truly, in my heart, celebrate. So I look forward to you keeping us informed about opportunities where we can work together there. My question, and Jerry, you're absolutely right in terms of the little pieces we give. And I've never been particularly happy with the extent to which we've gone with our policy and action plan. My question is, you would keep a sharp eye on Council's action plan. Can you just tell me how we're doing there? I certainly support your push for a strategy, but I know that you would monitor that action plan. So how are we doing from your perspective?
Fine. Judy does a good job. She's a member of our Disabled People's Forum as well. So she's across everything. And you're doing fine, but I guess as a community, we would like higher aspirations for our community. Like, we're self-organising a Civics 101 training course that we're funding ourselves so we can bring our younger members up to speed so they don't have to learn on the job, so to speak, the way I have. We've got lots of initiatives and thoughts, and I think Judy does a fine job in developing and monitoring the action plan. And she's very diligent. And we're not unhappy with anything she does. But we're saying as a community, we are aspirational for our people. We want our young people to live rich and fulfilling lives in Hamilton, like other people without impairment do, and that's not happening at the moment. And that's our challenge. So our group also created an initiative called Mahi Tika, and Trust Waikato and the Provincial Growth Fund have funded that, which is quite significant and will have far-reaching implications across the country, and DPA is administering that. But that started with those conversations started with our group. We're perfectly capable of attracting funding and investment and doing the best thing with it for our community. But we need to partner with decision makers who can enable us to really fly.
Agree. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a question, and yes, thank you for being passionate about the outcome. You want a separate budget line created for the disability strategy and action plan. That's quite clear. And then with the urban, with the universal design, had you got a figure in mind, or is this a matter of dovetailing you better into, as Angela says, the planning that we're doing for new bits and pieces? Because it feels to me that there is some stuff going on in the organisation, and of course our playgrounds, every time they're renewed, get better. But how's the best way? Is it to provide resources your way, or is it to enable better conversation across the network from our end?
It's a bit of both, I would say. So Tim Young, I understand, is now, we've pushed quite hard to have a disabled person on the urban design panel, but the pieces are disconnected. So if there could be some attention paid to the broader piece of how do these individual pieces connect together in a way that's useful for disabled people. Like, we don't see into the mechanics of how local government works and your processes, and to be honest, we're all quite busy. But we need to be involved, DPA and the Disabled People's Forum, at the critical pieces of the system so that we have a voice or a perspective across the critical pieces at the beginning of pieces of work, so there can be a degree of co-design and co-development, so that accessibility or universal design isn't a tick box exercise. You need to be, when you're considering, we need to have input alongside road users, cyclists, in a strategic way so that our voice can have influence, because all the scrappy little bits about at the bottom with the footpath around the lake or whatever it is really time consuming. There's been a lot of work around basic footpath standards. I talked to Rata, you know, around how did you end up with a certain depth of pothole that triggers a footpath improvement. Well, it's too deep and I would tip out of my wheelchair. How do those design standards get set? You know?
Yeah, no, we hear you, Jerry, and that's helpful because, well, you know, we do have work underway. We do have an advisor who helps us advise on disability, but you're asking for something more fundamental in terms of inputting into the structures of the work we do. So I hear that.
Yeah, I think it needs to be at a strategic level because we're 24% of the people who live here.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a lot.
So that's really clear and really helpful. And thank you for your long-term advocacy. I know you've been a persistent voice. And thank you, Chris, it was a really well set out submission with your 5 recommendations that you can be sure that we'll have thorough discussion about in the deliberations. So, hey, thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Good to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ka kite anō.
Now we have Richard Porter from Bike Waikato. He's on Zoom, everyone. Oh, we did have Jeremy here too, but Richard was... Sorry, Jeremy, we'll get to you. He's relaxed. Thanks. Hi, Richard.
Morning, afternoon, just.
Off you go.
Off we go. All right, great. Thank you, Mayor Paula, for giving us the chance to speak to our submission. It's always great to be in front of you all again. It's been a while, and talk about the needs of people wanting to have options around transport and getting around. So one of the items that has been proposed within the annual plan being the school travel planning pilot. Waikato has very strong support for this proposal. We, on a personal note, I also have a very strong support for this as well. The school gate, depending on which school you go to, whether it's a relatively new school or sometimes a quite embedded school into the community, has very different school gate behaviours, and some of them, no matter what type of school they are always quite often the same. Waikato wants to see people having a choice and these people being children, students, and their parents and caregivers having a choice on how kids get to school. Primarily parents feeling like they don't always have to drive their kids to school because they have the perception or the information, the realisation that it is not safe for their kids to get to school. It's not easy to make changes in the current transport system that we have at the moment. And I think we all recognise that. We're retrofitting and trying to retrofit more opportunities for people to get around, and it's not coming cheaply to us. So it requires some smart thinking about what we do, but also some working out with the kids, with the students, and with the adults as well on where they want to travel from, where they need to travel to, and what the barriers for them might be. It's not providing this pilot we see is a great step at the moment. We're at the stage we are in the current long-term plan. So great opportunity to work out what is going to be necessary, because what we would like to see is that this position continues through the next long-term plan period as well, and provides those alternatives and those options for people to get around and travel, not just to school. There's a lot more that can be benefited from in terms of this planning for school travel, and that can then flow on to other tasks that people have to do. So school travel, we know school travel often involves parents dropping their children off to school and then moving on to their workplace at the same time. So it's a case of realising that, and it's actually been raised in the previous submission as well, is accessibility for everybody. While we're asking for better accessibility for people on bikes and small wheels, it also supports the options and alternative transport that everybody wants to take in our city. So there's a lot of work to do, and we've got the great opportunity of Eastern Pathways design funding, pre-implementation funding being approved, being able to step forward with that work, having a school travel planning team, ideally, this being the first part of that, having a team to be able to work with and work off the wins that we get off SchoolLink and Eastern Pathways would create a really good transport system for everybody in and visiting Hamilton. We've got to remember that there are people that don't often know how to get around Hamilton, only have one means, which they may not be able to afford, and by providing them with those options and those alternatives, they can at least, especially in this time of age, they can live a bit easier but also get around a bit easier. There's, recognise that we're going to have some hard decisions in trying to work out where funding is going to go, but by coming up with these pilots and providing the support to them so they can be successful, we believe that we'll actually be able to create some really good change in Hamilton. Similarly, we also support adding biking and extra mobility infrastructure where possible before we have projects underway. So as we've offered our support for projects like Bikes on Pikes, anywhere that we can add alternative and extra transport options to projects that we are currently working on, and including the people on bike perspective, the better. And then we don't have to come back at a later stage like we are at the moment and try and fit in the expensive retrofits, which either draw a lot of criticism because of the cost involved with them, or draw people to create an opinion on other users. And I think that's one of those things that we have to remember, is that we all have made decisions that have got us into this position right now. What decisions can we make now to mean that we don't, or the future decision makers don't have to make the same difficult decisions? So offering our support, but I'd like to remind people that there are quite a few other spanners needed to make this machine work, and the more that we can support it now, better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, that's fairly clear. We'll take some questions.
Good.
Yeah, no, it's very set out well. Councillor McPherson. McPherson.
Yeah, look, thanks, Richard. One of the things that we often argue about when we're talking about doing something new to support better cycle facilities is the cost of them, and we do that about lots of things, but we always have arguments about the budget for cycling. A case that was put to us by one of your forerunners about over 20 years ago from Cycle Action Waikato it was then, did a measurement of the expenditure in our budget at the time, or might have been our equivalent of the LTP at the time, on how much was spent per head of cyclists in the on cycle facilities versus on car facilities per head of population, and then measured it against the numbers of users. So we had somewhat a scientific look at that, and it showed at that time a far greater spend per car driver on facilities than per rider, per cyclist. And I'm just wondering whether some sort of backup, I don't want to disagree with anything you're suggesting, but a backup to show that we're not actually being even-handed right now, if that is true, might be worth doing by Bike Waikato if you can get the resource together to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's you're right. You sort of hit the nail on the head there, haven't you, with getting the resource to be able to do it. No, so we obviously haven't done any of that work. What we have done is, and I think we probably had the discussion over the table at the GPS for land transport time, was the proportion of funding for walking and cycling as opposed to motor vehicle roads expenditure, sitting around the 2%, just below 2% mark of total land transport funding, which sort of in itself is quite minuscule. While it doesn't represent the council's share that they might have put forward, it sort of shows what a national opinion is for suitable, which some people might disagree with as well. I would probably like to rebut with, yes, we could put that together and present that to you. There is also a vast team sitting inside the council walls who should have pretty good access to that information to say, this is what we are currently doing, and then you can decide whether or not it is suitable or needs to be skewed into a higher proportion of funding to people on bikes, or people using micromobility, or people using public transport, or even walking. But yes, I agree. It's a good metric to be able to understand whether or not we are doing enough.
Yeah, fair point. I do remember at the time that the scientific facts I've talked about actually convinced an ACT party member who was on council to accept that more spending that was needed on cycleways. So that would always impress me to get him moving like that.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you. Questions are all done. Thanks very much, Richard. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Just to give you a little bit of what's coming up, we've got Jeremy next, and then one more person, Gurpreet Bugger, who was supposed to be down at 9:45, but he has a child that's been unwell and in hospital, so he's coming after Jeremy. Then we are going to take a break before going into public excluded for our lunch break, because then it allows Lance to get his team around that item. Okay? No, sorry, not. I'm providing you time for lunch. Yeah. Thanks. Hi, Jeremy.
Kia ora koutou. Nice to be here once again and to finish off the morning. Hopefully I won't take too long so you can get to your lunch, wherever that may be. Thank you for allowing space for this verbal submission as you move through the continued community engagement on the annual plan. As I've said many times before, arts, culture and creativity are an important part of developing strong and thriving cities with a deep connection to cohesive and healthy communities. In that sense, we continue to encourage Council to recognise that essential role that arts and culture play in the well-being of its residents and how that might intersect across all components of decision-making and future focus. In regards to this annual plan, we support initiatives like the Welcoming City program and exploring continued support for arts and cultural events and activities in the city, as investment will help to ensure that the arts community can continue to develop projects and events that enhance the well-being of Hamilton residents and visitors. We also link back to the broader ecosystem approach as outlined in the Waikato Arts Navigator as a pathway for looking at cross-sector possibilities for arts and culture in the areas of infrastructure, civic development and placemaking. As you're developing things like walkways and cycle paths, which are incredibly vital, this also presents an excellent opportunity for significant placemaking, including the development of murals, sculptures, performances and events platforms. We support the recommendation from Creative New Zealand in their submission around the consideration of the development and adoption of a % for art funding mechanism to ensure adequate planning and resource allocation within existing infrastructure budgets. We support the direction as set by this Council and understand that we have faced a continued period of change and that more lies ahead. We want to support the work that is taking place by developing a continued strategic connection between Council and the creative community to collaborate and achieve greater community outcomes within the prioritised work as suggested in the plan. As connectors and innovators, arts communities are uniquely positioned to help Council communicate and deliver on all projects and play a vital role in Hamilton's vision of being a great river city. At Creative Waikato, we are working with the local community to develop new performing arts strategy that looks at the full strategic ecosystem and looks at how this network of both soft and hard infrastructure can continue to grow and flourish in the future alongside the work that is already happening in the community at all levels and the development of the Waikato Regional Theatre. We know that this work is building upon the importance of connecting with those local communities and enabling creative input from across the performing arts ecosystem into the future. We also want to acknowledge the value of public art and Toi Māori design in our community. This connects directly to the Heipo Manawa Order strategy and should be an important component of future kirikiriroa. These things can encourage a sense of ownership and community pride, create landmarks in the urban landscape, and increase the use of public spaces. It'd be great for Council to continue to explore ways to work with mana whenua and to incorporate Toi Māori design principles to make known important cultural and historical narratives. In the last year, we've seen more arts funding coming into both the region and the city from national sources, including from Creative New Zealand and the Ministry of Culture and Heritage. There continues to be growth in our creative community, and we want to continue to shine a light on those things to inspire more potential connection with the vision for the city, as well as to highlight the strengths of what this activity contributes to our city in terms of space, place, and social cohesion. There are a number of new initiatives that are being actively piloted in the city with both local and national significance, and more artists choosing to live and work in this place and to contribute to the growing character and scope of Kirikiriroa as a place. With this in mind, we're here to provide another friendly reminder of the exciting potential for this and how Council can intersect with the creative communities. For Creative Waikato, we look forward to continuing to work with you all to strategically grow and support the arts, culture and creative communities to have positive, holistic impact upon both the well-being of communities in alignment with the city vision, and also to embrace the potential to continue to make Hamilton an even more vibrant place to live and visit. Investing in the creative sector is investing in inclusive and resilient communities, social cohesion, physical and mental well-being, and increased economic activity. This can take a range of forms and can be interwoven through existing activities in exciting ways, and we are here to support. Ngā mihi.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time and your positivity and supporting our city and the creative arts. I've got a couple of questions. We've got Councillor O'Leary.
Mayor Southgate. Thanks as always, Jeremy. Love what you do, love the work that you do. I've got two questions. One's a cheeky one to start with.
Yes.
It's an Are You Aware question that we received a submission from Creative New Zealand, which I believe might have been the only one ever for an annual plan, and that there was high praise in their submission of what you do and of what Creative does as a solid regional arts advocate. Were you aware?
I was aware, and this is the second one they also submitted to the long-term plan.
Long-term plan, but I've never seen it for an annual plan, so I thought that was great. That was highlighted to me. Second question, it's not specific in the annual plan, but you did raise it in your submissions in your support of the Welcoming Community Fund. Just my question's aligned to that. Are you, in terms of the other funds that we have, and you say you want to continue supporting those, does the arts groups that you work with, are they reporting any challenges in terms of It's a concern that I've had for a while now. So with our bulk funding, we've got arts who compete with health, who compete with sports, who compete with community. So are you getting any feedback? I know the pool is never enough, I know that. But in terms of the feeling of, you know, we used to have an arts fund and we used to have a community fund. How is it working? Are you getting any feedback on that?
Yes, like you say, there is always a need for more fund,
Yeah.
and yes, it is hard to be in competition, like
Yeah.
for any groups to be in competition with one another, because the benefits that they're having are holistic and are intertwined.
Yeah.
And so there's that interesting challenge between needing to silo things to protect space and to allow kind of clarity of vision, but also not wanting to silo things because there are collaborative opportunities and spaces where arts activity serves social need and serves other things.
Yeah,
So yes and no, and like there's kind of a space to explore options in it.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah. No,
it's
no.
a complex question with a complex
Yeah,
answer.
it is. And it's, yeah, okay. I think, yeah, I've got your answer though. Thank you. And thanks again for what you do.
Good.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, great report, thank you, especially love the hey tangata, hey tangata, hey tangata. Hope you don't get called a scoundrel on the paper. Hey, the question I need to ask you is about your Huber social work.
Yes.
And, that's really, really interesting to me in particular, because often we come say, and we have to take your word that arts are beneficial for the community. Can you perhaps elaborate to council how that works and what sort of measures we're likely to see?
Yeah, great. So that project is currently underway and runs through to June 10th. If people haven't taken the survey and want to take it, I very much recommend that. But what we're looking at doing is getting a picture of individual perception of well-being. And I think one of the complex things with well-being as an idea is that it's talked about as a thing, when in actuality it's many, many different things, and it resonates with each of us individually. So this is looking at understanding well-being from an individual level, so it looks at what it means to you, and for us we're looking at what role arts, culture and creativity have within that. And so we're looking to get a balance of responses from people who self-identify as being creative and those who don't, to see if there is a really tangible difference in the well-being scores and how they might be manifesting. Right. To help us kind of get a clearer picture of what that is and where it sits for the region in a way that hasn't been done nationally that I'm aware of. Yeah. But also to help to use that as a tool to define theories of change for community arts organisations to be able to develop their work that they're already doing against a tangible measure that showcases well-being, so that when they're looking for further understanding of impact or investment with community funders and things who are being more and more kind of aligned to this well-being impact measurement, to be able to point to data that supports that work in a meaningful way.
So a timeline?
So the survey schedule is to close on June 10th. Yep. Provided we get the target numbers so that we can get representative data. And then we'll have results ideally by August is the plan.
Great. Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you again. Keep doing what you do.
Pleasure.
We'd be a lot worse off if you weren't.
Thank you.
Oh, apologies. See, once again, I've said my nice words. Another question's got to come in. Martin.
Bunting has inspired me in a non-scoundrel fashion to ask you a question. One compliment's obviously on the incredible work you do. Just in terms of the broad strategy, and it may be more of an LTP-related issue around the bricks and mortar. So I've just got this crystal clear in terms of moving forward. The infrastructures, the regional theatre, as I understand it, the Meteor, Clarence Street, Riverlea, possibly Ward Norris Park, etc. Moving forward, is that basically the message, that we build on that particular infrastructure in terms of the bricks and mortar? Things like practice space, accommodation, that kind of stuff.
I think strategically it's about looking at where the best impact can be for the city, and I think that there are spaces that exist that can be utilised in really effective ways by being a kind of collaborative hub between them. I think that there is a more clarity needed to be better able to enable that within the infrastructure that exists. And our performing arts strategy is one tool that does that, but that's largely in terms of serving the performing arts. But there is kind of pathways for exploring that through the Waikato Arts Navigator as a kind of connection point between both the city and the region as to how spaces can work together, and looking at how they're best optimised, but also how they're more sustainably funded to make them accessible. And that's part of the challenge, is it's not just having the bricks and mortar, but it's having the operational structures to support them to enable the communities to use those spaces in affordable ways.
And acknowledge I'm a lay person in this area. I get, in terms of the existing groups, how well are they working with, through you as the umbrella group to ensure that there's a sort of a absolute collaboration and cooperation to ensure that there's space, and it's a genuine, honest
So in terms of the performing arts strategy in particular, which we're focused on currently, we have a strategic working group that brings in representatives from all of the key infrastructure groups that exist, as well as performing arts users. And then in the consultation with the community through the development with that, we've met with, I think, 60 different community groups, both ethnic community groups, community houses, performing arts groups, Māori performing arts groups, and other users that might be intersecting across that thing. So there is a kind of clarity of vision between those spaces. Of course, collaboration is hard, particularly when, as Angela said, funding structures are competitive, but that's a space that we're learning to navigate.
Can you confirm that Creative Waikato plays a very critical role in this city?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Can you say I can neither confirm nor deny? I've always wanted someone to say that. But hey, thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Oh, peripheral vision is failing me with my reading glasses. Go, Councillor Wilson.
I'm easy to forget. One quick question. We've seen quite a lot recently in applications from community organisations in the arts sectors and others who have produced very poor budgets, and there seems to be arbitrary figures plucked from the air and justifying their applications. What are you doing in your role to help these organisations to be more businesslike and provide more accurate budgeting and evidence-based proposals?
Yep. So, I mean, part of that is the wellbeing survey that we're running in terms of that kind of broader impact evidence. We have a workshop program called Outreach, which does things like best practice kind of applying for funding and including budgeting and financial advice, which is available for the community to use and to come in and see us for one-to-one appointments or meetings with boards or organisational groups. And then we're also partway through running a pilot program which is for supporting individual artists, which has national funding. It's a creative careers pilot program, so it's a 9-month support program for individual artists to better kind of build their business case to live and thrive as creatives in the city.
And one final question. Are you concerned that there are a number of organisations within the arts sector that seem to be pivoting and recreating themselves to apply for a new community grant as opposed to enabling new entrants to enjoy these new community grants? I think of a couple recently where it's the same entities, but they pivot somewhat and then they reapply for a new fund. And so when you analyse it, they are actually enjoying multiple bites at council under slightly different branded propositions.
I don't think there's a concern because they, like, theoretically, I mean, I haven't seen the applications to know the context that you're talking to, but if they're providing different projects within a different scope, that's the nature of creative work, is that creative work is gig-based, and it is, I do this pocket here this day, this pocket here this day, and this pocket here this day, and the reason that I'm trusted to do that is because I can deliver those things over multiple pathways, but the funding is project-based a lot of the time. So even if we look to national funding in the arts, it's project-based, so it's project by project, and each group may apply multiple times for individual projects because there isn't a kind of core organisational fund that's funding at a higher level to enable a plethora of activities, so they have to apply multiple times, each of which has multiple impacts.
We've got the question, thank you, and actually we're running out of time on this one now, but thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And now we'll go to our last speaker, which is Gurpreet Baga. I hope I've said that right. You please help me.
Yes.
Welcome. And thank you for coming, and I understand as you have a sick child at the moment, so
yes.
so we do really hope that he recovers well.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is my first council submission. So I'm here to highlight the issue of the noise and vibration issues to the houses built directly and indirectly on the Flagstaff section of the River Road, Hamilton. We all know how much the road noise and the vibration to our daily lives will affect the health. It causes stress and anxiety. There have been several scientific papers around this. If you wish to have those papers submitted to the council, I'm more than happy to forward you those scientific research. God, this room is quiet, so it's nice, right? In the last 5 to 6 years, the traffic on the River Road has increased tremendously due to growing population and development in the area. Majority of this traffic is heavy commercial vehicles such as 4-axle concrete trucks, supermarket trucks, and trucks and trailers with heavy-duty equipment which use this road as a shortcut to connect to different parts of the city. Aside from the heavy-duty vehicles, traffic also comprises the passenger cars and council buses and trucks. A note was circulated in the letterbox by one of the residents in 2017 to write a direct email to the council. Many of us who are the residents of Flagstaff did. However, the council was interested in looking at this issue at the time. It was not interested in looking at this issue at the time. Matt Coford was from Hamilton Council, City Council, was involved in this at the time. So I'm just requesting if falling can be addressed in the short-term plan. Change road surface from chip seal to asphalt. So what the research also shows that if you change it from chip seal to asphalt, it reduces the road noise by at least 10% on the decibel ratings. 10% reduction in decibel ratings mean half the noise. So for example, if the road noise is at 60 decibels and if we reduce it to 54 decibels, which is 10% reduction, it's equivalent to half the noise which you'll hear from the traffic. The second would be divert heavy traffic. So commercial vehicles are using state highways and Waikato Expressway or other major arterial roads which not substantial, which hasn't got substantial residential development, or build raised platforms, pedestrian crossings to hinder or slow down the commercial traffic, and also reduce the speed limit from 50 kilometers to 40 kilometers on the River Road from K Road intersection to the Wariri Drive intersection. The main issue over here is when the traffic is coming from the Wariri Drive intersection to the K Road section, there's a huge slope or a descent on that road around the Briarwood Rise, where the traffic speed is in excess of 70 kilometers per hour, whereas that zone is only at 50 Ks. Or look at any other alternatives which council may provide. So with the potential increased growth in the future in this area, the problem will worsen. If you could please investigate into this issue, it will be highly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, there's a couple of questions, but this is very well set out, so that was really helpful. Thank you for that. Yes. Councillor Pascoe is first.
Yes, thanks. I'm quite familiar with that area of River Road, and I know that there's a lot of construction going on currently, both in River Road and in the area off K Road.
Correct.
Do you think that over time the amount of traffic of all the vehicles of the type that you've described will diminish as those developments are complete?
No way, I think, because there is quite a bit of development to happen on that road, especially with all the with the new rule where the lot bigger sections can be subdivided.
That's outside the city boundary.
Inside the city boundary. So there has been a recent development which has been granted consent to cut the 3,800 square meter plot into 10 smaller lots. And yeah, so that's, I don't remember the address, but it's before you exit the Hamilton City Council boundary.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very close to our house. So, and also with all this construction of the, a big construction of the Linda Jones retirement village on the River Road.
Yep.
Yeah, the traffic is not going to dampen, it's actually going to worsen.
But the big vehicles might disappear once that Linda Jones development is complete?
No, I would not agree on that, because a lot of the traffic, what they use River Road is as a bypass or a shortcut. So to access the Warri Drive, and from Warri Drive they go onto different parts of the city, either towards Tarapa or towards the Gordonton side. Right. And you already know on the Gordonton side, we've got a Green Hill Village, Green Hill Park, which has got a consent of 2,000 homes. So, yeah, all those homes are yet to be built. Okay. So I don't believe.
And about just one more question, Mayor Paula. About a year ago, or maybe longer, we put a traffic calming device where you come down from Brymer Road down to the traffic islands, also in River Road. Yeah. Do you think that's been effective in terms of reducing the speeds that cars are going down that descent past Brymer Road, down towards Discovery, I think it is, to the Discovery intersection?
Yeah, sorry, I use that road on a daily basis, and I haven't seen, or I may have missed, but that certainly doesn't appear to reduced, hasn't appeared to.
You don't think it's worked?
Yeah, okay. Traffic.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Look, just really briefly, thank you. I appreciate your submission and understand your pain there. So you're talking about a 40k limit from River Road to the Wairiri Drive intersection. So you're talking about
between K Road and Wairiri Drive.
Right. So K Road along River Road up over the hill down to Discovery and then around there. Is that right?
Yeah. The reason up to the Wairiri Drive is because especially you've got two retirement villages.
Yes.
And obviously they, with their health needs and everything. So you're. Yeah, I think that's it'll be helpful for them as well, not just the residents of Flagstaff.
Because there is a pretty hearty raised platform on Discovery along from Allendale now that seems to slow things down. Is that the kind of thing you're looking for along River Road as well?
Yeah, okay. That's what I'm looking at. And the other thing which I'm concerned about is when we start building those, when Kairanga starts building that development, Kairanga. Sorry for my
a bit more traffic.
Yeah, so that traffic is going to actually increase because that's a 3-year plan, I believe, from start to finish.
One of the questions I'll ask afterwards is about the vibration caused by those things. If you say there's going to be big heavy transport still going over them, and the vibrations is an issue, that's so I'll follow up that with staff later.
Yeah, and the road is not very levelled. So
it's pretty rough, isn't it?
And if you cross the Warri section and going towards the city, if you see the road, the pavement, the distance between the pavement and the houses is quite wide. But the houses between the K Road and the Warri section, that distance between the road and houses is not that wide. It's tiny. So you can feel that, yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming, and it's such a clear ask, so we're all clear on what you want to do, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much.
Right, councillors, that brings us to our lunch break, and then we're going to come... We need to vote on the item. Hang on. Oh, yes, of course, thanks. We're doing different things after lunch. I thought we were just adjourning, but we're essentially not. Okay, so you received the report, noting the verbal submissions will be considered along with the written submissions at the annual plan delibs, which we know are coming up shortly. Also move, Deputy Mayor Tate.
Paula, don't we have an opportunity to go around the table and...
We're going to do what? What do you hope?
Things that have been raised by submissions that
Can I suggest we do that?
report to inform. No deliberations.
Yeah, no. We need to have Lance isn't in need of a lunch break, so let's do that after lunch. Talk amongst yourself, get your issues.
Because obviously we're
Blame it on you. Huh?
Worship to be helpful, we're coming back and open.
Coming back at 1:30.
1:30, so we're still an open.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Because Paula's not here, so it's organic, this meeting.
So can you chair?
Oh, okay. Right. So sorry, I had
Deputy can take it.
to Zoom for the last bit.
And I'm ready to go first.
All right, quick.
Sorry, my sound,
Yeah, Angela's going
my
first.
sound's a bit patchy, I'm afraid.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So just a couple of things, and as usual, I'm sure you've picked them up, but what I'd like to see in the report coming back, on school travel plans, there's a lot of submissions supporting them. Just on, and we've had a quick chat to Robin Denton anyway, but just options on what schools we would be able to do as a trial for a school travel plan with a $70,000 budget. There were also a lot of submissions asking for that budget to be increased, so options on what that might look like. So that's school travel plan. Julie, just on cycle wands, there was a lot of submissions again on this, but particularly Phil Evans. If we can just have some information back on what the current budget is, what the rollout is, and what it would look like if that was increased. There's an odd one there. I'm assuming it will be picked up, but just if it isn't, there was a submission from a Kathy Kia, I think it was. She's actually just asking that we address the council trees on her property. So can we look for that and have somebody, you'd pick up those sort of odd ones, I'm sure. Just actual requests.
Yeah, reply back to the people.
Yeah,
so.
Thank you. I've only got three more. The submission from DPA, so I'd like to understand where we are in the process of developing a disability strategy and new action plan. Sorry if I've dropped the ball on that, and that's probably come through Mark's committee. What that work plan would look like, what the process would be to co-develop it with them, because that was one of their specific requests in their submission. In terms of the Chinese Language Week Trust, I'm assuming that we'll just contact them and say, just apply to one of the funds, because the whole submission was about, can we have $2,000? So yes. We have funds for that.
We do, and we'll connect them with the right person to help them.
And just another addition to the school travel plan, I'd actually like us to be able to bring back, I think it was Rotatuna's senior school mentioned an issue with emergency services, and they referenced they actually had to call an ambulance when during school pickup or drop off, and there was quite considerable concern in how close the ambulance could get to the school. So if we could have a contact with emergency services, just understanding around school travel time, if this is an issue that they see and what they'd like, or what their thoughts might be on that, because that's quite a worry. And that was all that I had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Slowest chewer at the moment. Well, my jaw's not quite right.
Just go around the table.
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, thank you, I understood
We're
that.
not using the speaking order. McPherson.
We're just keeping on going. Let's not argue. Circular.
Yeah, we'll go round. Or I could go like this.
You could.
I just heard lots about biking and what we can do there in terms of budget and stuff, so I don't have anything more to add. I think Angela covered it off pretty well. Thanks.
Thank you. Ewan, go next. Yes,
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I was particularly moved and interested in Melissa's story and the concerns she raised. And so I guess my feedback to staff is, can you assure us, or will we make sure that we send an urgent message to all of these traffic movement management people, reminding them that cycle lanes are cycle lanes and that they are not to be used as an area for placement of road signs. It's as simple as that. And the second thing I would say is I'm very keen for us to take a really good look about putting more of these cycling sticks in play, because ultimately I agree that the paint just doesn't work. And so I support, particularly on these high-risk roads, and Te Rapa has been raised a couple of times as being one where there is high speed and just one momentary loss of attention or innocently diverting around something that's been blocked could take a life. And I really think we can fix that.
So I think in terms of asking for information, asking for a response about the use of cycle sticks, what do you call them? Wands.
Wands.
Cycle wands.
Okay.
And yeah, and the obstructions in cycle lanes.
Yeah.
Think about that, eh?
Yeah, it was just refreshing to see a new face with a, you know, but well presented. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was good. So those are good points to raise. Councillor Mark.
Yeah, very briefly. I'm quite keen, strangely enough, on finding out the vibrational effects of speed humps with heavy traffic, because I noticed that and I know it's a little bit left of centre, but it was one of the submissions, so I'd just be really keen to get the research on that. Not saying I'm advocating against them or for them, but I just need to know if he's looking at putting them in heavy traffic areas, what the vibrational effect will be. And I think that's it from me, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, I was going to go to Councillor Gallagher, but he's gone. So I'll go to you, Dave. I was doing zigzag there for a while.
Sorry?
You go, Dave.
Look, a little bit along the lines of what Ewan had. I would actually like to see a list from staff of what can and can't be done in the cycleway clear, keeping the cycleway clear area. It will involve around some training of Infrastructure Alliance people and even putting stuff in their contract or making it a board or management policy at that place. It's been raised at least 100 times before in the same point that Ewan raised in my, and the submitters did in my memory, and it's still, it might get fixed for one or two and then it just reverts back again. I think that and it's our contractors mainly doing this, but also other infrastructure contractors like Well and so forth like that do the same stuff. The contracting industry couldn't give a rat's ass about cycleways basically, so we need to make sure if they're not going to do it voluntarily, that culture might have to be forcibly changed, shall we say, in terms of what's in the contract and what the penalties are. So some commentary on that sort of thing, which shouldn't actually cost us cash to do that.
All right, that's clear. Thank you. Anything else, Dave? No?
No, that'll do.
Going to Martin, please.
Go around the room, I'll follow.
Pardon?
I'm reserving I'll just move around the room. I'm cool.
Rob.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I got a comment about Mr. Bagger, who I think raised the speed humps. But I got the feeling from his presentation that there's a lot more on that bit of road route that he was explaining. And I just wonder whether a session with Robin and her team and Mr. Bagger might be useful just to iron out, because it started off on the road chip and then it got to the humps, and then it got to calming, traffic calming and so forth. And it's quite a long route of road from K Road to Waiwere Drive. And there's already some traffic calming humps on the way through there. So I just wonder whether, if that's going to be part of the report back, whether Mr. Bagger has a session with Robin. I just want to, I'd like in the report that comes back and the report that we're going to be voting on, just to highlight that every spending decision on the annual plan currently involves borrowing. And if we can reduce the spending then of course that will reduce the level of borrowing. But I kind of detect a bit of enthusiasm for finding ways to increase the spending rather than reducing it. I'd like to see that report set out some clear pros and cons of the upside and the downside of the 12.3 million, which is currently the deficit for the 22-23 year, so that our residents have a clear understanding of what decision we finally make and what impact that will have on them now and in the future.
Thank you.
I just felt that was, I did suggest in the plan that went out for consultation some suggestions along that, but it was kind of toned down a bit under the category of simplification. So, but I'd be happy to help staff if they want some of the line items I'm thinking of anyway for inclusion in that report, if that's appropriate.
Thank you. I think that probably is the best approach. Anything else, Rob?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Maxine.
Thanks. Cycle wands are the thing of the day. And I'm pretty sure I heard Richard Porter talk about it, the use of them as a way to bring in more permanent change, but a quick and easy way to do that. So having an understanding about what that might look like and some of the best routes might be helpful to understand how to begin that change. Also, we heard Phil, I think, talk about we didn't go out to consult about that, about some of them first, and that was quite a useful way to start that journey. Jerry Mail talked about a percentage of the budget to be allocated to the arts, and having an understanding about what our current spend would be helpful in further considering that point. And then finally, I think River Road, I'm thinking about Linda Jones potentially more than some of the other, primarily because they are, quite a large site with an awful lot of people in the one driveway, and presumably would want to get across the road at some point. And I liken that to the Hilda Ross environment and similar kind of street that's used in a similar kind of way, with quite the same kinds of risks for older people crossing the road. So would like to have an understanding about what that looks like too. How introducing calming measures might alleviate that. Cool. That's it for me.
Thank you. Jeff.
No, they're all gone, thanks. Nothing more for me.
Okay, thank you. Sarah?
Thank you. I think Angela really summed up all of my questions. So how do we urgently increase safety along our current cycling infrastructure in a low-cost way, like the cycle ones? How do we, with the school travel planning, just understanding what are our best opportunities with the most willing partners for that pilot, and with the disability action plan and policy. For me, I was just also on top of understanding where we're at, but also understanding what opportunities there might be for having more, not like necessarily a panel, but because I don't want to say what it would be, but a greater opportunity for the disability community to have a voice in terms of council, strategies and decision making. So we've had, panels in the past, but what could that look like? May not be the answer, but what would the process be to at least talk about that? Yeah, thanks.
Martin?
I'll go offline afterwards. There were at least 3 submissions, not in the verbal today, but on the list, who were attaching themselves to organisation. And I've read the submissions and I don't believe that they are organisational submissions. So I think it's really important for historical record. It may be whether it's a quirk of our system that people are just thinking they're using their work address, when in fact that what they, so I'll catch up with you, Amy, so we get that clear.
Maybe I could just clarify that, Councillor Gallagher. We actually asked them,
Sorry.
We actually ask them when they make a submission if they are representing an organisation. And that's the question, so we're asking if they're representing an organisation, if they enter the organisation.
Those 3 cases, I would, if those 3 cases were organisational submissions, I would be straight to their CEO and say, what on earth is happening?
So we'll go back and clarify that.
I'm happy to discreet. I don't want to embarrass the people concerned, if you could. Okay. The other thing is, obviously, shout out to Angela O'Leary and Sarah and others, which in essence, schools travel plan, tick the box, and what urgent stuff can be made in the cycle area, because very clearly, as we know, if we're encouraging increasing cycling, and that's very personal, because obviously I do have close family members, and it's not, anyway, I'll leave it at that. I think it's something that we could, what can we do relatively quickly to make stuff a bit safer. And the other thing too is, and this is purely a procedural thing, the Waikato DHB, soon to be farewelled, they made a very comprehensive written submission. Is there any way in which we can actually encourage our key partners, if they're going to make a submission, to actually personally present it? Because I want to shout out to Councillor Angela Strange and our good friends at the Regional Council. They are key partners. They were in the room, so I think that's really good. The DHB or their successors are going to be key partners of ours. So I'm wanting, Amy, through the Mayor, if we could kind of give them some feedback. Apologies, not looking at, feedback, because I mean, this is,
Yes, we can definitely go back and ask them if there was a reason they didn't verbally submit today. They usually do present to council, so I was also surprised when they ticked the box no, that they didn't want to submit. So we can go back and clarify what the reason for that was. It might have been the short turnaround period, but yeah, we can definitely encourage them to keep doing that.
Because my motive is just purely building partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone's spoken but me, right? Oh, Kesh, questions? None? Okay. Just a couple of things that came up to me were, and apart from the cycle ones, which has been well traversed, as that information comes back, Julie will need the financials alongside the projects or what could be done. I was really interested in, and even in the written submissions, in the people talking about they prefer us to borrow than to put rates up. Made me realise that probably the general public do not understand enough of what our borrowing capacity is or isn't. Just borrow a bit more, but they don't realise we're kind of constrained to borrow more and we aren't balancing our books. So just think in the response to people, we need to be more clear about that, what it means, where we do have any movement, if we have any at all, because we tend to tell people, what do you want to cut? Although we didn't ask anyone that today. But yeah, this is another area, because even Mr. Mudford commented on debt, borrowing, and yeah, surprisingly people don't understand. The other point I wanted to ask about was, well, obviously we had the thing about Onion Road, so I just need to I know that the design has been brought forward. There was a lot of work done around that. Just what then, when the design of the Onion Road alignment has been done, when would we expect realistically to, or what would be the next steps to realistically see that work brought forward? Because it's all very well to do a design and, this is what the road could look like, great, this is what it's going to cost. but eventually it's got to be built, and I'm quite clear that it does need to be built. In terms of the cycling and the cycle lanes, not the hit sticks have already been referred to, I would like to see, other than just cones investigated, that workmen don't put cones in the lanes. I would like to understand what she also said is about the general state of the side of the road being much worse than the centre carriage of the road. So, I mean, wind will blow all sorts of stuff towards the channel, I guess, and so will water. So this is about street sweeping or whatever it is about, but making sure that, especially in heavily treed areas, that debris, acorns, chestnuts, whatever it might be, slippery leaves, rubbish that people have chucked there, that all of that gets considered. I thought one of the most pertinent comments that was made was that cycle lanes are kept to a lower standard and therefore it looks like they're less important, and I don't think that's true. In terms of the disability plan, and I've been talking with Jerry a little bit since the budget, I would want to understand how we can give more support to the implementation of our disability plan, and the capability within that community development team to deal with that. That's one side of it. The other side of it, around the universal design, she said that they had been trying to get, and I wasn't quite sure if they were successful, and I ran out of time to ask, someone to sit on the urban design panel and give that perspective of accessibility through design. They got that. Yeah. So I'd like to understand if there's anything outside of that we should be doing at a urban planning level to make sure that that stuff isn't the afterthought, but it's woven in. And I presume now that in playgrounds where we can, we are trying to make playgrounds much more accessible in general. Or not, you can't make every piece of playground equipment that way, but that it's factored in as a space for people to get to. Yeah, that's it. Oh, safe travel plans. I'm interested in that, what it would look like. We can focus on connecting cycle lanes between schools. That's one good thing. But designing safer routes, it used to be called safer routes to school way back when I was on the PT passenger committee at Regional Council. So I've often asked what's happening with those safer routes to school so that every student is helped to find a safe route to school, whether they're walking or cycling or scooting or anything else. So I'm still really interested in how that gets a little bit more momentum, to be honest. So that's me. Anybody else? I thought of a late thought. No. That's it?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Southgate and councillors. Just to clarify, the report is due out tomorrow, so we do want to, what we'll do is we'll list the topics that you've asked for additional information on, but we won't have all the answers by tomorrow. I know, it's astounding, isn't it? We're good, but not that good.
And follow Rob's suggestion that we have a session with.
No, happy to bring it back.
No, it's not going to change the annual plan. The vibrational effects of speed humps. So I'll follow. Don't worry about answering mine.
Yeah. Well, what we will do is, if it's acceptable to council, is actually make sure that information is available to you before the meeting on the 3rd. So hopefully, about mid next week, we should hopefully be able to get most of this information to you. Is that acceptable?
Mayor Paula, just a question on process and the concern actually about how that happened, because we always go around the table and we are responding to submissions, and that's part of the process. So how on earth did we end up with the thing that the report will already be written? If it's going to be landed on diligent tomorrow, that's not okay. Oh no, I'm not blaming anyone, but that process is not okay.
Unfortunately, how it happened in a nutshell is that there were no other date options for the deliberations meeting. for us to push it out any further would have meant not getting the annual plan done.
So when is our deliberations meeting? Are you saying then it's next week?
Yes, exactly.
So it's next Friday the 3rd?
Yeah.
And
Okay,
also
I'm not
just-
really happy with how that's all happened, because that doesn't look good from the public.
It's not,
And
you're
I'm
right.
certainly not taking anything off my list.
And we had that conversation about even holding the report back from being online already, because that wasn't comfortable with me. So at least Julie's got from now until whenever she goes home to do the best she can. But I agree, I have to say though, it has become incredibly difficult to engage with everyone's diaries and find space. And that's not to do with my diary, it's diaries in general. So finding a big time to do the deliberations has been the issue, isn't it?
And just to remind councillors, our initial conversations about the draft budget took a longer period than we had allowed for. And so that, of course, so it went from the 17th to the 31st by the time we'd actually finished.
So it went over 2.5 weeks.
So that was
That's
over
the
2
issue.
weeks.
Okay.
So
we've
that
got
has condensed our time frame.
Yeah, and we've got meetings scheduled on the 3rd and then again on the 7th, because Queen's birthday weekend comes in between. I don't know why we couldn't have had some time on the 8th, but
Now, let's just, we're accepted and we don't want it again, because we can't, unless we're suggesting a change.
well, yeah, it has been advertised, isn't it, for those dates?
Yes,
or no?
yes.
Yeah, and see, that was it. We were told that at the time when it slipped out a bit, that would be the consequence.
So Julie, just on you've heard all the questions and, you know, the draft, the report will go out, but then all the information around the questions, have you got sort of a guesstimate on when we could get that additional information to elected members?
I need to talk to my colleagues, as you understand, most of the questions need to be answered by them and the information provided by them, but we will do that today. And so we are expecting, hopefully by Tuesday or Wednesday, that we will be able to provide back a circulation to councillors with those answers.
So what we said, when we discovered that the report might have actually been up on Diligent before we got into this meeting, and I said no to that, what we decided at that point was that the report will go up on Diligent subject to extra information being made available for the meeting. So that gives staff that little bit more time to come with if you like, a late appendix to that. So those words are quite clear in it, isn't it, that this is point in time.
Yes.
But because we've had this discussion, there will be some appendices before the meeting to cover off those other issues.
The information that's been requested, it has to form part of the deliberation. Has to,
It does.
otherwise we won't be making decisions.
Yeah, so
Absolutely
the report's going to have the overall summary of all the submissions and the themes and, you know, the numbers and, you know, the usual thing we do. And then we'll bring the additional information on what you've asked for today.
Yeah. Okay, so you just have to put some reading time in just before so we can get through it. Thank you.
Could I just
Yeah.
add to that? What would have happened
That's a really poor.
And I noticed until this morning we had placeholder meetings for tomorrow and Monday for this meeting. What would have happened if they had still gone ahead? Would this report have gone up on Diligent tomorrow?
No, it would have never been our intention to put the deliberations meeting up before you'd heard the verbal submissions.
Okay.
We're really clear that you cannot do that because
Yeah,
they
okay.
inform what needs to go in that report, which is, as Mayor Paul has pointed out, why we wanted to hold that report until this had happened. And again, just to reflect back, we spent 2 weeks of our time frame in our initial budget discussions. Originally, these days were set aside for your deliberations meetings, and so we also originally had not built in, I suppose, days for verbal submissions on the fact that you may not have decided to go out for a public consultation. So we had those days in, we used those days up while we were talking about the draft report, and so now we've had to switch days over.
I understand that, and I'm not intending to criticise you and staff on that. So on the 3rd, the deliberations is not the final approval of the annual plan. This is like what Martin might call No, this is what Martin might call the second reading, and there's still the third reading, which is at the end of June. Okay,
Yes,
okay.
so-
Now I'm sort of getting the hang of. I'm sort of getting the hang of it now.
Maybe I can.
Hopefully, no helpful procedural motions.
All right, let's move
Maybe
on.
can I just clarify?
Can I move one now? Like that whole meeting?
Could I maybe just clarify, what we need on the third is your final position of where you're comfortable with the budget, because that is what is presented back to you in the formal document on the 30th. On the 30th, it is just very much about adopting that formal document with any...
That's the last time to make
yeah, but it's not, what we're trying to say is your debate decisions should be the third.
very last.
Very optimistic.
So just to be really clear for elected members, and we do write this in the report, if you do not adopt your annual plan document on the 30th or decide you need to make changes and we cannot adopt it on the 30th, you cannot set your rates until you've adopted your annual plan document. Okay, so just be really clear about that one.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, we go out of this meeting.
So we just need to move and second it.
Oh, we do need to move and second it now. Thank you. It's moved and seconded by Councillor Bunting. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Bunting. All in favour, please raise your hand.
Carried unanimously.
Unanimously.
And now we can move to P.
Yeah. Now we will move to, I move that we go into public excluded, and Mark Donovan has got his arm up, so he's seconded. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Now we'll just ask the public of one to vacate the building. No, just the whole building, just this room. Yeah.